Hello everyone, welcome to What If Cid Kagenou Was Getting Forced to Marry Part 2. Before we start, please go support Lance783 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Cid is a male. Chapter 28. One night after what happened. Alpha-sama, I was checking Mitsugoshi's sales and they've been increasing. Ugh. Are you okay, Alpha-sama? You seem a little tired. I am fine, don't worry. Are you sure, Alpha-sama? It's just that I didn't sleep very well. I was busy with some things. Alpha would fake a smile while holding back the pain. Well, as I was saying, Mitsugoshi's sales have increased after the new product. I planned a meeting of the shadows at midnight. It would be good if you attend. Sure. Well, I'm leaving, Alpha-sama, with your permission. Ganma would close the door, leaving Alpha, who would sit still in some pain. This isn't like masturbating. I hope it doesn't hurt so much at the meeting, or Ganma and Ada will get suspicious. I was going out for a walk to buy some things. Maybe as a true eminence I had to have my own objects. I'll make a dark room if that's the best. Cid! Nei-san? Claire would quickly arrive where Cid was and hug him tightly, leaning him against her breasts. It was my face as always. Oh Cid, where were you? You had me worried? And Nei-san, why you crush me? Claire would loosen her grip a little, allowing Cid to breathe better. I was with Alpha. At that, Nei-san would expel an aura of jealousy that would scare me. I was really upset. I see. Claire would release Cid with the surprise of this position that she would think he was going to kill him, but that was not the case. I just hope they haven't done anything dirty. And no, not at all, and Nei-san. You better. Why, yes. Well, let's go shopping, Cid. Oh, too. Thank you. Claire would smile and take Cid by the shoulder. What a cute couple. I'm a little jealous of him. I know, damn it. First the blonde and now her? Imbeciles. They're brothers, haven't you noticed? Siblings? Great, that means I have a chance with her. I wouldn't do that if I were you. She's known for violently rejecting people, especially when they're with her brother. Maybe, but if I don't try, I won't succeed. Zeta, could you get me some cocoa? I need it. I don't feel like it. Why? You always go for cocoa. It's just I remembered I have something important to do. See you. Zeta would leave a confused Ganma, who would simply sigh. I haven't seen Ganma and Beta as usual. Their fights are supposed to be around this time, but they haven't shown up. They've all been acting weird lately. I wonder what happened. Well, I'll have to send some numbers by Coco and prepare my report for the meeting. The night would have arrived and the meeting of shadows would begin. Where are they all? Even this one who always stays awake arrived first. In that, the 5 missing shadows would have appeared. It was about time. Where were they all? Sorry for the delay. I was doing several things. I was playing the piano and didn't realize the time. My sincerest apologies. Delta was hunting. I was arranging and adjusting some things. I thought the rest would come sooner. And I nothing. Well, let's start the meeting. Yeah. Hey girls, are you okay? I can see you're all a little sore. We're fine. Why, yes. Well, if you feel bad, we can use some ETA medication and not everything is okay. Don't worry, Ganma, let's continue the meeting. Well, it's fine, if you say so, Alpha-sama. It's because everything is fine. I lasted longer than you. Don't let me last any longer. You're wrong. When I looked at you, you were asleep and Shadow-sama stared at me. That meant I was the toughest shadow. You dream pretty well, Lobita, but I don't think it's good to go too far. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr suit. Gosh, you guys never stop fighting, not even at meetings. She started it. She started it. Alpha would just look at them sighing. I was walking back home. Nasan had fallen asleep, so I carried her on my back. What a pain! After a while I finished getting home and I would leave Naysan in her room. Flashback. I was in the Midgard Tower waiting for Rose-san to arrive. After a short period of time, she would have arrived as expected in a short time. Cid-kun, I'm here. Call me Shadow when I'm wearing the suit. Okay, so tell me why you wanted to talk to me. Would it be a good idea to tell her? She's always been in love with me. I don't know how she'll react, but if I don't tell her she'll find out anyway, and she could risk her life if Alpha finds out that she likes me. I'll fake a marriage with Alpha. Wayot? Rose would be petrified by such words. The opportunity to stay with her beloved Cid was shattered the moment she heard such a declaration. Her heart broke into 1,000 pieces and she simply would not respond to such words. But it will be temporary. My family is forcing me to marry, and she's the only person I know who knows how to handle it and wouldn't actually marry me. Rose would be even more relieved to hear that since at least it was false. But she was bothered by the fact that he saw Alpha as the only option since according to her, she could be a better option than Alpha. Oh, okay. I just came to give you that message, now I'm leaving. Shadow before leaving would be stopped by Rose who was still staring at him. Wait, Cid, all this time you were? Shadow just stared at Rose, hoping she would get angry or try to attack him. This was normal. After all, he attacked her friends, although he didn't know that Rose wasn't aware of all this since at that time she had joined Shadow Garden. I'm glad that the person who saved me in my childhood and the one who saved me from my marriage was you, Cid-kun. I was afraid of you. I was afraid that Shadow could hurt me for having escaped, but I'm so glad that it was you, and even though I betrayed you, you took care of me in the shadows. You don't know how grateful and relieved I am. And even more because now I know that you are the best swordsman of all, and you can take care of yourself. That makes me feel so great. Wow, that wasn't the reaction I was expecting, but at least he didn't react any differently. Apparently it's not the time for a rebellion. I think I'll be happy that he understood. Well, I'm leaving now. Shadow would disappear at great speed from Rose's sight, who looked at him blushing happily. Chapter 29. The meeting continued as usual while the girls with some difficulty held back the pains so that Ganma and Ada wouldn't suspect. A while would pass and the meeting would barely be over. What's up, Zeta? Do you look tired? What about you? Come on, don't fight, the meeting is over. I lasted longer in bed with the boss than you did. A silence filled the place quite strongly. What did you say, Delta? Oh no! How silly of me! You stupid wolf! Explain yourselves, both of you! Come on, explain yourselves now! Tell him you're Zeta. No, you were the one who said it, now you explain everything. Delta, explain to me what's going on here. Why you'll see, Ganma. We slept with the F-boss. That's why they were all acting strange, right? Why yes. Why did they exclude me? How could they do this to me? I only followed Alpha-sama's orders. I thought you were there until later that night when he told me that. In that Zeta would stop Delta, since she was giving too much information, and if she got to the part about not being able to tell Gamma, she would surely get angrier, so they had to avoid that. You forgot that we all swore that when this whole devil cult thing was over, we would retire so we could live with the boss. You all remember that, right? And they also forgot that it was ETA and me who came up with the idea of protection so that in case Shadow-sama denied having children, we could be prepared. We're sorry, Ganma. It really wasn't our intention. I only believe in Delta, in no one else. I don't want any more excuses, Zeta. But we're telling the truth, Ganma. We didn't know anything. We just joined together, thinking everyone was. Zeta is now silent. Zeta would have remained silent. The atmosphere was truly heavy, and she knew that no matter how much she tried to explain the situation to Ganma, she wouldn't really listen to her. She was upset with everyone, and it was best not to reveal more information and add fuel to the fire. Ganma would simply withdraw from the room without looking at them even a bit, closing the door, leaving Zeta and Delta alone. Damn, it's your fault, stupid wolf, you had to say it. Delta, instead of responding as usual with fury this time, would lower her ears while looking at the ground. She truly felt guilty for everything that had happened. Zeta, what will we do now? This is all my fault. I shouldn't have said it. I didn't measure my words when Alpha-sama finds out. She. Sigh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you. No, it's all my fault. You don't have it, we all have it for having done it. If we had realized earlier that Ganma and Ada were missing and stopped the others, this probably wouldn't have happened. But, Delta, I hate you, but not even I know that you're not the only one to blame. Stop blaming yourself. Ganma would have found out anyway. We couldn't hide the secret any longer. But still. Zeta would give her a light, soft hit without hurting Delta, who was just looking at her. We better think about what we're going to do and how to solve it with our heads held high. Regrets won't do any good, okay? Well, but should the boss find out? Of course not. If Shadow-sama finds out about this, the problem will be bigger. He trusts us. We can't give him the wrong impression that we have an internal conflict because of us. But if the boss finds out, Delta, you can't tell the teacher any of this. Imagine how Alpha will react. The boss would be 1,000 times worse, and I don't want him to be disappointed by us. All right. Ada was doing some research in her lab with the same bored expression because she was sleepy and hated working at this hour, but the new product was proving a success. Phase 3 completed. It's time for Phase 4. Ada-sama. That Ganma-san asked me to tell you that he won't be able to attend today. He says he has some things to do. One way or the other. Ada would lie down and fall asleep. Rose took the situation more calmly than usual, and I'm a little relieved not to have to do what I had originally planned. As I lunged, I would feel something approaching and quickly stop it with my dry hands. Looking more closely, I could see a pink-haired girl who had a very familiar aura dash. Shadow, finally I found you. Sherry? Damn, the brat didn't wait. It doesn't matter if the operation starts. Mordred-sama. The plan to take down Shadow has begun, along with anyone who stands in the way. Chapter 30. Stop me? How should I act in front of these words as a villain? How an Eminence, their cliché thinking they could stop me, could have made a better cultured presentation, but I'll play along. Oh, so you're going to arrest me? Exactly. You have been a nuisance to Lord Mordred and our plans, and that is why you must die. Shadow would smile upon hearing these words and would start laughing non-stop. Ha 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 ha. Me die? What's so funny? Oh, is it? I'm sorry, I can't help it. It's just that you guys just said you were going to kill me, and that's... If I thought Sherry was crazy, this guy is, and 3 times more, there's no doubt about it. It's a bucking joke. Shadow would make a great collision of magical energy surrounding much of Midgar as it rose into the sky. What's going on? Wow, this is new. I've never used so much energy. My hypothesis is correct. Mr. Mordred, do you know about this guy's power? I don't know exactly, and that's why you shouldn't be too confident. Flashback. Mr. I have detected a great threat that could spoil our plans. I am deeply sorry for my insolence in having called you the great leader of the Diabolos cult. Details. The leader of Shadow Garden, Shadow, and his allies the 7 Shadows. Naturally, we would have no problems against his faction. Even when he sent Fenrir to attack them, we had victory assured once and for all, but that guy intervened once again and killed Fenrir. With all the shame in the world, not even I could beat him. He's on another level. A sound would be heard. The entire mansion was shaking while giving off an aura that killed every living being, mosquitoes, cockroaches. Everything was disintegrated with the contact of this aura. For a moment, he would feel a great chill run through his body. Then take care of it. But my lord, how come none of my attacks work against him? So you're saying I should take care of him personally? No, don't bother, I'll find a way, I promise. At that, Mordred would start to leave the room. Not even the leader believes me about Shadow's absurd abilities. He is a threat and has to be eradicated, or I fear that the strongest of the cult will continue to fall before him. I had planned if I could count on some of his support, but I can't be arrogant and ask him for that favor or he will see me as useless and get rid of me. Well, why are you so frustrated? Did you have a conversation with the boss? Even if I told you, you wouldn't believe me, Loki. Hey, you know you can't just ask our leader for a favor, right? If there's an enemy you can't defeat, then sooner or later another member of the faction will take them out. Do you know why Fenrir was defeated? Because of that stupid arrogance of thinking he can take on everyone. Fenrir was always confident and his superior attitude was starting to bother me. But if you still think that this shadow could defeat us, I'll believe whatever you say. You don't have to believe me, and if you'll excuse me, I have some unfinished business to discuss. Mordred would continue on his way, leaving Loki behind. Ha, Mordred, if you really think that Shadow is so strong to the point of coming to seek support from the boss, you got into bigger trouble. You know that he will never agree to support any of us, not even the top two except you, and now you have a bigger problem if you don't defeat him. I won't defeat him, I'll use another method. You know that if you don't bring his head, the boss is going to get upset, right? Haha, not even I can figure out what he could do to you. We'll see. Mordred kept walking. Ha, Mordred, you're going to betray the Diabolos cult if you do that stupid thing, and you know it. They'll send a faction against you. Just because you're really good at escaping doesn't mean you'll escape. There were hundreds of traitors in the Diabolos cult, and he never cared. He's only interested in his own interests. He wouldn't even care if you betrayed Loki. I don't speak for him. Mordred continued on his way and would completely leave Loki behind, who would simply look at him with a smile. He's stupid. In the present, sounds are heard. The wind was being cut with unparalleled delicacy, the sword style that only one person other than Cid could use. The sound would suddenly stop as it was shown to Alexia, who would lower her sword and look up at the sky. Why do I feel this way? Even though I wasn't chosen by him, I know that at least he's happy. But still, even though all of this is false, he didn't choose me first. Alexia, upon noticing what he was saying, her face would turn completely red. Damn, what the hell am I thinking? I could never feel this way about an idiot like him. The white-haired girl's thoughts would go away when she noticed that the night suddenly changed to purple, which had left her confused. What's happening is going to be a phenomenon. But this magic is... Mordred-sama, what do we do? It's time to use it. Now? Mordred would open the book he always carried with him and read the notes in it. Flashback. Mordred would be found drinking a cup of coffee while reading a little. Mordred turning would find what seemed to be Fenrir, however this one had a different appearance. It was not the same one that he always used. He looked too tall with a deformed appearance, assimilating more to a monster than human. However, his voice was exactly the same as the one he knew from the fifth member of the Diabolos cult. I had a suspicion you were hiding something, so that's your true form. Mordred would continue drinking his coffee without worries. I'm dead. I've been defeated by Shadow. Our entire faction fell to him. Shadow, interesting, so not even you could beat him. Listen to this carefully. I don't have much time, but if you want to survive, you'd better listen carefully. Now you're getting sentimental, Fenrir? You've become so soft. It's not of this world. Mordred, upon hearing these words, would look at Fenrir again, perplexed, but he was already disappearing almost completely. What do you mean? My book is the key. My whole life was invested in that book. If it doesn't work, then I'm afraid nothing can defeat it. Wait a moment then. Fenrir had already completely disappeared. I mention a book and something that's not from this world. Interesting. Coming to think of it, he has shown curious abilities that have never been seen before. His power is immeasurable, and I fear that he has not used even half of his true strength. And now he defeated the Fenrir faction. My portals do nothing to him, and he can follow me even if I use teleportation. Mordred would get up from his seat, and with his teleportation he would appear in what was the room of the fifth Fenrir seat, which no one other than him could enter. However, Mordred was the only one in the cult with the ability to use teleportation powers, which allowed him to access without problems areas that could not be entered naturally. I mention a book. Mordred would walk until one book was on top of all the others, a kind of barrier preventing it from being touched or any attempt at theft. Mordred would use his teleportation on his arm, taking the book inside the barrier, taking it out. Could this be it? Chapter 31. I would limit myself to observing those present with a crazy look. I knew that this was my best stage as the Eminence in the shadows. Coo coo coo. Protagonist 3 laughs psychopathically. That sounded just a little believable. Alpha-sama, how long can I go out hunting Disu? I already told you, you won't be leaving until there's a mission. You can't go out hunting every day, it's forbidden. But I think I was clear when I mentioned that we stalk and hunt in the shadows, not kill innocents. But I want to go out, I'm very bored. Delta would lie down on the couch sighing with a grimace of boredom, but then her ears would alert hearing a peculiar sound of magic spreading. Did Alpha-sama hear that? Hear what? It was shortly after the sound that the magical burst was felt. It was a recognized magic that the two of them could not forget. Evidently it was Shadow who had completely covered Midgar with his magic again, leaving Alpha surprised remembering the last time this had happened. Shadow's violent outburst would have caused the shadows to be alerted of such an act, since it was not the first time that an absurdly high amount of magic was released. The first time was in the battle against the princess of Midgar, Iris, and Beatrix, goddess of war. However, this was totally planned by Shadow according to the shadows themselves, so on that occasion they had not given it the importance it deserved, vilely thinking that it was all a plan since Alpha recruited Rose in the middle of the fight. However, this time it was something different, since they had not planned for Shadow to use this magical power. The boss is fighting Disu. Delta would get excited and get up with energy from the sofa to go to the window. When she opened it, she would notice the amount of magic in the purple sky, leaving her doubts completely resolved. Wait, Delta. However, the girl had already left without listening to Alpha, who mentioned her late due to her thoughts. It's Shadow-sama. He should be fine. Besides, Delta just left. I think there's no need to call the others. What is this magic? Epsilon, who was close to everything, would hear a small sound, and when she saw the sky surprised, she would notice that everything was covered by the magic of her Lord Shadow, thinking that maybe he was in combat, so she would go where the magic point was channeled to go see her master fight, and help him. It was a golden opportunity, and arrived before Beta. I need time to cast this spell, distract him from what he did. As Mordred-sama commands. The two would get into a combat position, while Sherry pointed a magic artifact at Shadow, who would simply smile and slowly descend from the sky until he touched the ground. Shadow's magic abbreviation caused the sky to turn cloudy, and it would start to rain, so when he fell, the instant the magic of the sky faded, it began to rain heavily. Rain is beautiful in a fight, it makes a fight look so fine. It was a great idea to cause rain with my magic power and also release magic to surprise my rivals. That is a secret technique. Come on! The two red-masked men would launch themselves at Shadow with their respective magic weapons, trying to hit him with an attack. However, Shadow would quickly dodge their attacks with a smile, while he continued watching their desperate attempts. Artifacts, borrowed force won't be able to stop me. Be quiet! The fight would continue, and one of the two masked men would begin to release a large amount of magic in the sword, causing a small impression on Shadow, who saw this as a somewhat interesting technique. Thunder Spear. A large spear of electricity would form, and he would throw it with force at Shadow, who would simply dodge it without any problem. However, upon doing so, a large shock wave would be generated behind him and would almost hit him. However, with a huge slash of his sword, he would make this large shock wave disappear. When he did so and turned around, he wouldn't look at those present. However, they appeared behind and in front of him, who smiled confidently. The attack was an idiotic decoy. You're finished. Shadow would look at the two with a big smile on his face while throwing his sword to the ground. He would knee the one in front of him, and then at great speed he would get out of sight of the two, causing the one behind to hit his partner with his attack, seriously injuring him. AF! Curse! They're really interesting, but they're inferior to that girl. Remembering Beatrix. I don't think I can have much fun with you guys. I'm sorry for hurting you, I'll heal you right away. At that, his partner would take a small, transparent, colored crystal ball out of his pocket and throw it to the ground. generating a magic field that would begin to heal his partner's wounds at great speed. That's not an artifact. The magical energy I feel is external to an artifact, which is what it did. Thank you for helping me. Both would stand up and look at Shadow seriously. What do we do? We have to buy time. That's what Mordred-sama asked us to do, so we'll use everything we have until that happens. Understood. In that, both would do a curious skill by taking some briefcases out of a small hole with magical energy, leaving Shadow a little surprised, who only looked at this. I don't like having to resort to him. But it's the only way. At that, the briefcases would begin to surround both of them, and would completely cover them with a kind of dark light that when it finished surrounding their bodies they were covered with battle armor. It reminds me of a particular character. Shadow would come to Iron Man for a minute, however their suits were dark and they had a sword, so he thought maybe not. I must admit that these guys have more style than the two girls I faced. I like that they don't use the cliché of increasing their power with some transformation or external help or a broken ability. Let's see what else they can do. Shadow would move at great speed, and in the blink of an eye he would make his two hands have levers and start moving them with a smile. Come on! The two subjects would move at high speed and launch multiple attacks at Shadow, who simply blocked them with his levers. I can't see his speed at this pace. I won't be able to shoot. Sherry would be alert to a possible carelessness by Shadow in order to be able to shoot. Previously, she couldn't shoot because her device takes a little reload time, and just when she reloaded, Shadow moved, and due to the speed he was going, it was extremely difficult to follow his path. So she would be alert with the sight in case he got careless. The two would clash their swords with Shadow blocking them while the three stared at each other. However, the two would summon a second sword, causing Shadow to instantly turn around and then kick them a few inches away. What's up, is that all? This is nothing! The two mentioned would launch themselves again towards the black-haired man who only blocked. Take this! One of those wearing the armor would materialize a magic minigun, and Shadow, upon blocking the attack, was vulnerable and without hesitation would activate it, firing hundreds of enhanced bullets. Come on, do it! At that, the other companion would without hesitation launch a more powerful attack with his sword, covering it with magic and approaching Shadow with his maximum speed. Wow, that wasn't bad. Shadow would take the minigun with his bare hand and smash it to pieces while he waited for the other, and with a quick movement he would hit him with his lever, which was almost destroyed, and when he hit and connected with the armor it would be completely destroyed. Impossible! The armor is made of pure titanium, and he destroyed it with his bare hand. Shadow would observe his two levers, which were destroyed by the minigun, and would throw them to the ground and materialize other levers with his own slime. I have to admit, the fact that they were able to disarm me is a little impressive. They're the two who can pull this off. But Shadow, who was laughing, would change his expression to a completely serious one. Is that all they have to show? The two mentioned would be frightened by these words and would simply remain in shock. It's not possible. This is not. However, their thoughts would be diverted when they heard a female voice speaking to them. Get out of there! Sherry would have her artifact in her sights, where Shadow, who would only stare at it, would simply stand still and wait to receive it. That is. Let's go. The two of them moved away from the place, leaving Shadow alone, who was just waiting for Sherry to shoot with his confident gaze. This is for my father. Sherry would fire the shot at Shadow, who just stood still. The shot would make a great electric magical explosion of energy, releasing a lot of violet smoke into the air. Chapter 32. Wow, that was amazing! You did it! You killed it! Did I make it? Sherry would fall to the ground with a sigh of tiredness and smile a little more relieved. The man who killed my father, I did it! Mordred-sama, there's no need for you to. A loud bang was heard, leaving the three surprised when finally the poisonous fog could dissipate a little to see better. Everyone was in shock to see Shadow totally unharmed on a large layer of slime covering his body. Also, the poison this was inhaling it as if it were normal air. Impossible! How did he do that? Although it will withstand the explosion, I'm sure I created a poison with enough molecular damage capacity. Sherry would start to back away. That guy is a monster. As Mordred-sama said, but I didn't expect it to be like this. I think I acted well. First they rejoice and I make them believe that they defeated me and then I appear completely unharmed. This is what an Eminence does, and now the touch. 1. What's up, is that all? Shall we use Arita? We're not allowed to use them. You know what happened to us the last time we used them? We would have died if the boss hadn't managed to get our armor off in time. I know, but if we face it this way we're still going to die. If we're going to die, let's die fighting. You know, I haven't told you this, but you're a great teammate. Now you're getting sentimental? Not at all. Come on. Yeah. A strange reddish aura would begin to surround the bodies of the two, releasing a rather hot steam. Come on. Arita. The fog would end up covering them completely. Shadow would only look at the two, and noticing what they did, he smiled that the two could be stronger. He was getting bored of knowing that he couldn't play against them in a good way. Come on. Senbenzakura X1000. A huge combined electric shock of strong serious energy would be launched. That's not bad. Shadow would move, dodging the attack. While he was in the air he noticed a small presence. When he turned he would receive a strong blow from behind, blocking it in time. However, the impact was so strong that he fell to the ground. A girl with wolf/cat ears was moving around the surroundings at a high speed. It was nothing more and nothing less than Delta. Sniff. The fight is over here, Disa. Delta would listen to the roar, clearing up her doubts. Delta's in the mood for hunting. I just hope the boss doesn't have all the fun. The roar is louder. Epsilon continued, going to the point where everyone was to look for Shadow. Did they make it? Sherry would look confused until she heard a sound. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, interesting. I've never taken a hit before that I couldn't stop. Let's level up. Shadow would move quickly while the two just watched. I call this the witch attack. Shadow with his speed would make a water dragon that would launch several attacks, however they were all stopped. Mass plasma. The sword would begin to light up in a red tone as it was launched towards Shadow, who would stop his attack without any complications, waiting for the other, but great was his surprise that he did not look at him. So without a partner, they must be up to something. It won't work anyway. I am enough. Several loud bangs occurred in the middle of the field, clashing their swords multiple times. The rain danced over both of them, which was so fast that not even the drops reached Shadow's case, and in the opposite case they evaporated with the heat that the armor gave off. It's a nice design, I must admit. I wondered if I would look good wearing Dark Lord armor. Would it be more imposing? Pseudo-slasher. The legs of the armored man's companion began to evaporate as he gained momentum until he finally shot out. I got you. Shadow would see the other guy in the air, and with no other options he would make a slime barrier. However, the barrier was still damaged, but enough to stop the attack. His attacks are interesting. That's not an artifact, am I wrong? Even if it's a borrowed force, he'll never be able to defeat me. Shadow would give a strong blow followed by a kick to the two of them, moving them away. Tisk. It's still too strong. Shadow would look at his fists, noticing that he had a burn wound on them. Not only their energy, their armor is hot. Even hitting them hurt me a little. I must admit, these guys have style. Curse. What's the matter? The armor, it's hurting me. I'm already feeling the side effects. At this rate, we'll be eaten before that guy. We're barely holding the line with this power. We're going to wear ourselves out. Let's decide everything in one last attack. Yeah. Come, I will receive you. Shadow would smile, waiting for the two to charge their attack while he only increased his defense more. Boss! Shadow-sama! Epsilon and Beta would have arrived at the battlefield, surprising the two. They are. Reinforcement? What does it matter? Don't stop. This attack has to be effective. Yeah. They had to come at the worst possible time when I was going to show off as a mob. I can't let this attack reach them, or they won't even survive. Who will I hunt first? Delta, leave it to Shadow-sama. Huh! Because I want to fight too. He will use it. Hey! I am. We have to get away from here or he'll catch up with us. But I want to fight. Delta! It's okay, it's okay. The two would walk away. Mordred would teleport to another place also with Sherry leaving the three. Mordred-sama, I don't understand what you're going to do. They plan to sacrifice themselves to try to stop Shadow. What? We have to stop them. No, we can't. Why not? Just watch. Chapter 33. Attacks were charging from both sides as the whole place shook. The danger was increasing more and more to the point that the surroundings were beginning to collapse and some rocks were rising from the surroundings. Here we go. We will use the sealed air to attack. These guys are stronger than Beatrix and Iris. I dare say some shadows together. I'm enjoying this fun. Let's see what they're capable of. Don't die. The atomic continued charging its attack. So it was like I said, touch that girl's ass. Wow man, that was fabulous. Clariment. He is lying. And a little before the fight between Shadow and the cult. They say the next exam to study for is English and math. Damn! I don't know English, it's all about to be verbs. What the hell does that help me in English? Math, don't even talk about it, why? We'll have to study, I guess. I don't want to. Can't we copy? That's impossible. The school has high security. Why do you think the last time it was attacked they had to disable magic to be effective? This place is a damn fortress. Copy doesn't compare to the failed attack attempts they've received. TSK, I hate taking exams for months. Nemoto-san las reglas. Are you okay, Alexia? Iris asked her little sister. They were both going shopping. Iris had the day off, so she wanted to spend a little time with her younger sister. Nei-san, do you think there's a way I can get stronger? Huh. Well, that's it, I'm not a good teacher, you know. Shadow's style, I want to learn that style. Iris would remember Shadow for a few moments feeling annoyed, however she would not let that affect her since this was a special day. Maybe that guy you used to hang out with, Cid, right? You both have the same style and skill, you can ask him for some advice and the two of you can get closer. Cid? He doesn't even have the same motivation as me to learn all day long. He's lazy, he even quit the fencing team. He's only good for being my per. Alexia would cover her mouth before saying what she was thinking and Iris would just smile at those words. She knew that her sister didn't like to admit when she liked or admired something. Maybe I could try asking Shadow, but I don't think he'd help me. Whenever he appears there are enemies and he always moves away. If only I knew how to contact him without there being enemies or just where he's hiding, but that's impossible. Alexia would sigh as she walked. Alexia, I wanted to apologize to you. Huh? What's wrong with you all of a sudden, sister? Alexia was confused upon hearing her older sister's sudden apologies. I've been so focused on my job as Princess of Midgar lately that I don't see you much, and the few days we go out together to do something, you only talk to me about your fencing and how to improve it, and about that Cid boy. Alexia would frown with a bit of blush upon hearing the last thing. Huh? That's a lie, I'm not the only one talking to you about that. Well, I just wanted you to know that if there's anything you're willing to do together other than this, you can ask me. We used to do a lot of things together, that's why even though I'm a princess, I guess I deserve to have fun. Remembering the words her father told her about how to be a better princess and be stronger, however, being a better princess and candidate for king was not only taking the mandate and being stronger and leading like a fool. It was also having fun in your little free time doing what you like despite the fact that being a king or a princess the time no longer allowed you to do that. You could do something on those days off that didn't subject you to leading troops, however. Iris never took advantage of her days off with Alexia and only thought about new strategies and how to defeat Shadow without realizing that Alexia also needed her. Now that you mention it, there's always something I've wanted to do with you, Nei-san, but first I'd just like for us to have fun. Alexia would give a smile with a surprised Iris that would also correspond to said smile. The day had passed normally. Alexia and Iris were doing some things they had never done for a long time, new ones, the advice she took from her father. Iris did not expect that it would work for her too, and she enjoyed for the first time not having the burden of thinking like Princess of Midgar, and above all not thinking about how to defeat Shadow Garden on a day without enemies was perfect. Perhaps it was what she always wanted, to live free, and just enjoy spending time with her sister as they always did. However, the position of Princess of Midgar, one of the two had to occupy it to replace the King of Midgar in the distant future, and Iris made the decision to be her, not only because she was physically better and more popular than Alexia, but because she wanted to protect her sister better from the dangers of being a king, since there would be people who would hate you. After all, it was normal to be a king. This time I've spent with Alexia, why does it make me feel like I'm free just this once to be whatever I want? Why do I feel like this time is better than my dream of being the future king of Midgar? I don't know why, but all I know is that this is fun. Hurry up, Nace, and I have something to show you. Iris would follow Alexia until she found the surprise of where they were. It was Mitsugoshi. She didn't know why her sister brought her to this place. And a little while later, and in Mitsugoshi. A new pair of Mitsugoshi, Alexia and Iris. One of the numbers would receive Alexia and Iris with great respect and formality. Do you have it ready yet? Yes, Alexia-sama, please follow me. The number would start walking while Alexia and Iris followed her. I don't understand, Alexia. Why did we come here? And what did you order here? You'll know as soon as we arrive, Nae-san. Both would arrive and be received by Nu. Hello, it's a great pleasure to have you here again, Princesses of Midgar. I would bow. My name is Nu. I will be the one to serve you. Unfortunately, Chief Ganma-sama was called away and is busy with various matters. Feel free to try whatever you like best. And why did Alexia come here, maybe? The modeled costume that Princess Alexia-sama requested is ready. We hope it is to your liking. Some assistants would begin to take out several garments. Among these there were normal garments to lascivious ones, however one stood out which caught Alexia's attention, and it was precisely a bunny suit like the one she had worn when she had her little date with Cid. However, this suit had a slightly simpler design compared to the other, and the shorts she wore were no longer there. Hey Alexia? Is it perfect? Can I use it? Of course. Alexia would go to the locker room to change, and in a moment she would return with the suit on. It's a little tighter than the previous one they gave me, but I get the impression that this one makes them look bigger. And the part of the attributes is made with a little homemade slime. The idea was this so that the people who asked for lewd costumes had slight complaints about the attributes since they asked for them to be more marked. So the idea came to Mitsugoshi to use a little of the slime so that the attributes would be more marked. Unlike what Epsilon does, the attributes are totally natural. However, as in real life, jeans or other types of clothing have a fabric that makes them stand out more when they fit the body. The slime has that function because in Midgar there is no tight clothing that marks people's attributes. You can notice the difference when they wear short pants and thick fabric pants. The perspective makes the thigh look bigger or smaller in real life. Hey Alexia? Take that off immediately. Nae-san, you mentioned the other time that I could be free to wear suits. This is what I truly long for. I hope to have a well-shaped body for. That has nothing to do with it. You take off that suit right now. Alexia would approach Iris, who was still looking at her. Nae-san, do you think I can have freedom? That I can't wear whatever I want? Well, if you put it that way it's different, but still. You thought I was a person who would let anyone see me like this, Nae-san? No, of course not. Exactly, I just want this suit because I think it's cute, that's all. Or do you have another argument to tell me as to why I shouldn't wear it? And no, if that's what you think, that's fine. Alexia would take Iris's trembling hand, who would turn to look at her after taking action. If you're so insecure about me, wear the same outfit, Nae-san. Some attendees showed the same outfit that Alexia was wearing, only it was the exact size of Iris and some other clothes, leaving the girl completely confused. Wait, I can't. Why not, Nae-san? That's so embarrassing. Nae-san, you are the Princess of Midgar, our father's heir, the one who is willing to face everyone to save her kingdom. But you can't fulfill your younger sister's wish, so you plan to be our father's heir? By denying the challenge and that's it? Alexia clearly said this to motivate Iris to wear the suit. But this is. If at some point you have to use something shameful to save me or Midgar, will you refuse and let them succumb? Is that what a queen does, Nasan? No. This isn't a problem for you, is it? No. Alexia-sama, we brought the 2 outfits you asked for. One of the outfits was a bunny one while the other was a normal semi-transparent one. If you claim to be the princess you are, Nasan, you will accept the strongest challenge possible. Pointing to the most lascivious outfit. But if you say that by settling for the weak. Pointing to the bunny one which, unlike Alexia's, wasn't as lascivious since it covered too much and didn't show as much as the one she had. What's your decision, Nasan? TSK Alexia, I hate you. Iris, with no other options, would take the suit and go to the dressing room, and after a while she would come out. Alexia, upon seeing her sister, would be surprised and at the same time feel defeated since she had a physique noticeably superior to hers. How me? Alexia? Alexia would look at her with jealousy but would regain her composure. Good. This is embarrassing, but the fabric is comfortable now. I understand a little more why my sister wears these outfits. I thought they were to satisfy some guy, but it was just my imagination. They are really comfortable. You don't plan on using it? Alexia, I understand why you wear these outfits, and I respect your decision. Iris would stand up and smile slightly. My dad said to let me go more, so my sister is right. I'll take this one. Yes, as you say. What? I didn't want this. OVA. You know, Minoru, it's not just your fault that you're hated. We were unlucky. Yeah. You ignore what I say, haha, tell me I'm a good NPC. You know I see you as an NPC, so you could say you're special. I was packing my things to go on a trip. From now on my new adventure to seek power began, and I was going to head to a new school with the money that my parents were going to be sending me. To be honest, I didn't expect to leave home at 15, but it's perfect this way. I can go out all the time without any annoying restrictions. Minoru, one day the life you've chosen will start to take harsh measures against you. I just hope that when that day comes, you don't do anything stupid. The world is a turning point, brother. Have you ever been told that? No. It's a world of colors because, just as there are good colors, there are bad colors. I don't look for any color. What are you trying to achieve, Minoru? You better not understand. Now I'm leaving like a good NPC. I would move and leave my room with my suitcase already packed. Gosh, this brother I have, he's more insane than even my father is. There's no doubt his fate will be tragic. I just hope one day that Minoru I once knew returns. The boy would take out a cigarette and start smoking while looking out the window. Some time later. I could have more power if I learned all the martial arts in the world, although it wouldn't hurt to know magic spells. However, the books will be hard to find. Anyway, it will be a long road to learn all the martial arts. I will only learn the best ones. They won't be of much use to me once I have the power of an eminence in the shadows. Aid. Don't move! If you come any closer, I'll kill this brat. The people from the bookstore would flee, leaving the girl alone with the criminals, who, taking advantage of this, would start stealing valuables, but above all, looking for the safe. Well, maybe testing my skills with some NPCs would work well. I would close my book and start looking at different places I could enter until I saw a small ventilation grid. I would approach the grate and open it, thus entering the ventilation ducts. Hurry up, are there still things missing? There are too many valuables to steal in this place. Just take the most valuable ones, time is running out, the police will come soon. What do we do with the girl? Maybe if we take her and offer a good reward we'll make more money. Understood. The girl tried to get away, but she couldn't because her mouth was covered and held by the criminal, preventing her from escaping. Stop moving, damn it! However, the girl in a quick movement would hit the criminal with a kick, causing him to drop the weapon in pain. Taking advantage of that, the girl would take the weapon with her hands tied, but the criminal, annoyed, would try to catch her. However, she would give him multiple agile kicks, throwing him to the ground. She knew martial arts. I just need to untie myself if the gun. Stop there. The second criminal would point his gun at the girl who, without giving up, would use her partner as a sack. Do it if you shoot me, you'll hurt your partner. Sure, haha, you gave me trouble, but I don't care. The thief would still aim at the girl who was holding her partner hostage. Wait, what are you going to do? Really? Are you going to kill your partner? Minoru. Bad idea with the thief, they will sacrifice their pawns, but their moves weren't bad. If I have to do it, I'll do it. Why not? Besides, it's better for me to have all the benefits. You're crazy. That's the way the world is, girl. The thief would shoot, however the girl quickly covered herself with her partner's body and in a quick movement kicked him, disarming him of the weapon. As a former Marine, this was surprising. Tell me, do you practice anything? You're not interested in knowing that. Okay, I don't need that gun to kill you anyway. The subject would get into a fighting position and the girl would throw her partner's body so they could fight more comfortably, and they launched themselves. She started with a left hook, however it was stopped and countered by a punch which was dodged, but in that small second she moved her other arm and hit the girl's cheek, moving her slightly away from him. Haha, you don't fight badly. Minoru, his fighting style, I've seen it somewhere else before, isn't it? I'll teach you a move from a former Marine. He lunged at her again, but this time with a small knife. It was still dodged and blocked, but at the last second he tricked her, pretending to attack, making the girl cover herself. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stabbed her in the left, making her fall. Ayak! Damn, you fooled me! I must admit that you know how to fight, but it's not enough. The thief would approach with the knife. Anyway, I couldn't live this shitty life well. If I'm going to die, I'd better end this suffering. The girl would close her eyes, resigned, only being able to hold on to her stomach to avoid bleeding out. If she didn't die, she would still die of bleeding out. Now it's your end. The subject threw his knife at the girl's head, causing her to close her eyes. However, before he could touch the girl, a metallic sound was heard. When the girl opened her eyes, she could see a person wearing a thief's mask blocking the weapon with a lever. Who are you? So you came to die, huh? I would stand in front of the thief ready to attack him. When he shot at me, I simply limited myself to blocking his attacks with my crowbar. Apparently the training worked. I achieved his attacks. In one of the attacks I hit his left hand and destroyed his fingers. Damn. He hit him on the right leg, breaking it. Oh. Incredible. Aren't you that big a deal now, sailor? Why you? I hit him again, this time on the head, knocking him to the ground. Wait. I didn't I continued hitting him over and over again. It was quite fun to do it several times until he stopped moving. However, my mask flew off without realizing it. Later I put away my levers and moved away and approached the girl to untie her with a strong blow to her ropes with my lever. I didn't ask for your help. Anyway, next time be careful with the bookstores. I was about to leave and the girl spoke to me first. Wait. Who are you? Why would a student come to save me? Good question. Why would a student come to save you? Maybe because my life is already rotten? I would just watch her and soon I would retire. He came to the same school as me? But I've never seen him. However, that uniform definitely comes from the same school. I still have a long way to go to be an eminence in the shadows. I'm not strong enough yet. At the school in Japan. I was walking to my locker when I arrived and I proceeded to put away some of my things until I noticed Nishino-san coming and I proceeded to greet her. Hello, Kagenou-kun. She would smile while greeting me, although obviously that smile was fake. I could see it. She was fed up with me, but I didn't care at all, so my response was to try to break that good student smile that she always had. Hello, Nishimura-san. This Kagenou-kun. What's up, Nishimura-san? My name is not Nishimura. It's not Nishimura, I am. I understand, it's just that you're an NPC and I haven't slept well these days. Hey. Sorry, my mistake. See you, Nishimura-san. It's not Nishimura. How many times do I have to repeat it to you? I would retreat up the stairs. With my small mirror, I managed to notice the furious look of Nishino-san had finally managed to break that fake smile that he always had, although that was the least of it. Now it is in the new book about magic that I found. I will read it in class. Where is? A girl with pigtails, one red and the other blue, was running through the halls desperately looking for something until she met Nishino. Sorry! Nishino would turn around angrily but would fake a smile upon hearing someone speaking to her. She had no time to be upset. Yeah? Do you need anything? Happy face. Have you ever seen a boy with black hair and black eyes? He's about 1 hour 70 minutes tall. I don't know who you're referring to. Can you tell me the name? It's just I don't know. That will be a problem. I've only seen one boy with the descriptions you're telling me. His name is Kagenou. He's in 2C. 2C? Yeah. Thank you so much. You are welcome. I hope it's him. Universal theory explains more energies than what we already know. Does anyone know what energies have been discovered so far? Hydropower, solar power, nuclear power? Yes, that's correct, but there could be more energies that we haven't yet discovered. The teacher would start writing on the blackboard. Professor, do you think that fiction could be real? Science has no limits in theory, so yes and no, not as shown, but perhaps the concept does in another way. 2525 01 2502 2503 2504 2505 2506. At the exit. It's finally over, isn't it? The truth is that I hate the math teacher. You have no idea. Well, the torment is over. I was leaving the room until I was greeted by a girl. When I looked more closely, I realized that it was the same person from the other time at the bookstore. Hey! Yeah? I finally found you. Why did you save me? What are you talking about? Don't play with me, you're the same guy in the mask. Shit, is that why I couldn't find it? Did I drop it? Answer. For no personal reason, I just passed by. That's a lie. From your look I can tell you don't even care what the reason is. I just wanted to test my skills, that's all. I would start walking but he wouldn't let me go. Fight me. That? Fight me. Last time I couldn't do anything. I want you to teach me that martial art you used. No. Please, I want to be strong, please. I refuse, besides I have more important things. Before leaving I was surprised by a kick from behind which I managed to dodge. If you don't want to fight, I'll do it by force. Well, if you insist so much, and stop bothering me. I would lower my backpack to the floor. Come on. There was silence between them until the girl was the first to launch herself, trying to hit Minoru, who stopped her blow without any problem. When she tried to hit him with her other arm, she was also stopped, but Minoru quickly hit her chin with a knee, and followed by that she would connect a strong kick, pushing her away. Tisk, that's not all. She lunged at me, and when she was almost close, she suddenly pulled out a knife. Seeing that, I was going to dodge it, but my cheek was cut. Are you trying to kill me? When she lunged at me again, I waited for her to finish coming at me. When the distance was short, she threw her knife at me, but I managed to move before and hit her with a punch to the neck, leaving her on the ground even though she was still conscious. Do you want to continue? D-damn, not yet. However, he would have fainted. I hit her really hard. Now I'll be in trouble if someone sees her here. Should I take her home? I don't know where she lives though. Wait, if I drop her off near the address, they'll probably take care of her. I would carry her on my shoulders and head off. However, I noticed something strange. When I turned around, she would have hit me and gotten free. I'm not going down with such a simple blow. So you pretended. But I have confirmed something. Sighing, I started to walk away with the girl's confused look on her face. Where are you going? We're not done yet. When she tried to chase him, Minoru was no longer there. Tisk, I'm running away. Chapter 34, Final Arc, Part 1. Atomic. Blaster X-1000! Blaster X-1000! Both attacks would eventually collapse, generating a huge explosion of magic covering a large part of the area, causing the sky to change color from the black of night to a red-orange so powerful that it would be visible in Midgar as well as Oriana. However, the explosion was largely contained on both sides to avoid destroying the entire area. Boss is amazing desu. Shadow-sama, now it's our turn. Delta, let's stop those two people. Delta would get quite excited upon hearing that. Delta, you feel like hunting. But that guy Mordred? I have a bad feeling about him. However, I don't think it's necessary to bother Alpha-sama for this matter. Epsilon, what are you waiting for? Let's go hunting. Delta would move quickly and Epsilon would follow. Meanwhile in Midgar, a strong earthquake and explosion would resonate throughout Midgar, alerting the Midgar armed forces. The tremor would also reach Mitsugoshi and where Shadow Garden's lair was. What the hell? What's going on, Commander? I don't know, sir. We've detected a strong earthquake, probably Category 6. Damn it! Evacuate, take action now! The newspaper to Iris-sama. Princess Iris! You'd better get out of this place. I refuse to do it. I won't leave the people of Midgar here. Your safety is paramount. A team has already been dispatched in case the earthquake continues. And my sister? Okay, Princess Alexia will probably be transported to a safe place. Let's just get out of here and see what happens, Iris-sama. CHT. In Oriana. Was that Cid? A blonde-haired girl was watching from the shadows the crimson sky and the tremor. There was no doubt this magic came from Shadow and therefore Cid. This is no good, I must go. Rose would head to Midgar at high speed. Meanwhile on a train. Kia! What the hell is going on? The train stopped. Damn it, do something, how are we going to advance like this? Attention passengers, a Category 6 earthquake has been reported in Midgar, but the shaking has not stopped. Please remain calm. We are investigating the causes and possible solutions. Midgar? And Shadow Garden. I won't lose to you 337. We'll see 336. Both numbers were fighting while Lambda watched their fight when suddenly the tremor came, causing the two to fall to the ground due to a lack of concentration of these. Oh. It hurt. What's going on? What's happening? A tremor? But Shadow Garden is unlikely to suffer from these because of Alpha-sama's magical barrier. That means this tremor must be something unnatural and external. But what kind of power would overcome the barrier? Isn't it? Teacher, what's going on? Let's pause training, everyone, go back to base. Huh? Now. Understood. It's Mitsugoshi. How is she doing? Miss Ganma doesn't want to talk. I've been trying to convince her, but she doesn't want to. She says she won't talk until everyone is gathered, but it's impossible. You said the shadows are on a mission. I'm truly sorry for my master Alpha-sama's behavior. New would kneel down as a sign of trying to ask for forgiveness. Get up, there's no need, it's not your fault, understand? Be but Alpha-sama. We'll talk to Ganma when time allows for another meeting. I feel like we all owe her an explanation. And the tremor would have arrived also reached Mitsugoshi, causing several things and objects to fall to the ground and the entire mansion to shake. What's going on? This magic. Shadow-sama. Should we go, Alpha-sama? No, Shadow-sama surely already has everything under control. If we go, we'll only get in the way. Gather the numbers and form a stronger energy field to resist Shadow-sama's power. Understood. So the boss is fighting. I'll see if I can still get some fun in. Not like that. Beta would throw a notebook on the floor in annoyance after writing a little. Shadow-sama would act more natural. The tremor would make Beta trip and fall. Oh. Beta would get up with some difficulty, and when looking at his window he would see a reddish sky and feel his master's magic expand. Shadow-sama? Is he fighting? This is my perfect opportunity to take notes. Beta would put on his slime suit and go out the window. Some chemicals were falling on top of her, however she remained asleep without any further precautions. Even a strong fall would make her wake up. I want to sleep who? Is it shaking? What can I do? I'll use the anti-shake system. Ada would press a button, causing her room to be surrounded by energy, preventing things from falling, and she would go back to bed tired. What's going on, is that all? Shadow would begin to gain ground on the two, causing the attack to increasingly disintegrate and begin to approach them. Demons! It's too strong, Mordred-sama. We can't take it anymore. Well, this was the perfect opportunity. Mordred would finish speaking with a few drops of sweat and with a confident smile would ask them to move away. Sealed! The book would create a huge collision of dark energy which in turn would generate a reddish portal that was devouring everything. We're here! Who will I hunt first, Issa? Wait, what's that? Epsilon would observe what was happening, noticing that Shadow was being absorbed by a reddish energy. Shadow-sama! Shadow, upon noticing the mysterious red energy, was too late and was swallowed by the closing of the portal. We did it! SSI. The two would fall unconscious, exhausted, to the ground. So Shadow is here? It's very possible. Sherry, upon hearing this, would touch her cheeks with a smile of relief. Dad, Mom, I've avenged them. Delta would try to sniff Shadow, however there was no response from him. His magical presence could no longer be felt or his sense of smell had disappeared completely. I can't smell it, B-Boss isn't here. Yes, it is. Try Delta. Epsilon desperately shouted at Delta, who would only obey and tried to do it once more, but it was useless. The boss doesn't. TSK, that's a lie. He must be somewhere. Epsilon would clench his fists in annoyance until they bled. Of the spell, it cost me a lot of magical energy. I probably don't have the condition to face them now. Shadow Garden, but now that they lost their leader, there's no doubt we'll see each other again. Mordred, before leaving, would be surprised by a furious Delta attack which would manage to surprise him by throwing his book to the ground and in the process hitting him in the stomach, moving him several meters away. Mordred-sama! Ughihi, you're very strong. I've been careless, and all because I didn't activate my power when I should have. Be quiet! Before Delta tried to hit Mordred again, he would teleport and quickly create a small sphere, taking Sherry with him. Damn, they escaped! CHT Shadow-sama! Chapter 35, Final Arc Part 2. I found myself strangely wandering through several lights. I couldn't really distinguish where I was. If I had to describe the place where I was right now, I would say that it is dark, but at the same time I feel several colors invade my mind. While I was wandering, the place would have turned one color. In the end, it was a completely white room, and I woke up tied up in a chair. Now, where was I sent? When I tried to use my magic, it had disappeared, denying the use of it and the power to use it. It's like the sanctuary, although it could concentrate magic like last time. Shadow would begin to channel magic into his left arm for 6 minutes, and as time passed his arm would have grown excessively, managing to break the magic chains with a strong squeeze of his arm, leaving the chair. However, as soon as he managed to get out, his arm returned to normal, consuming his magic again. I did it, although the difference is that here it absorbs magic. The sanctuary at least lets you change its form, but this place seems stronger than the sanctuary. Now let's see where the exit is. I started walking while noticing something strange, as if something was watching me. However, that didn't matter now. When the 1,000 stars reach Earth, fate will guide the world's strongest natural disaster. A girl had a bored expression while she was tied in several chains holding her limbs. When I walked forward, I managed to distinguish a tall door approximately 3 meters high, metallic with golden edges. A dark symbol was in the middle and a dragon's face was sealing it. When I approached and tried to open it, I noticed that I couldn't do it because it had a magical barrier that denied physical contact. This will be a little annoying, however. I can refocus magic and open it even if it takes time. I would stand in front of the door while closing my eyes, were channeling my magic around my body. No. Now what do we do? Shadow-sama has been. We mustn't lose faith, Disa. Delta. There's no way the boss was defeated by this. Epsilon would smile a little at his partner's words and with some hope would affirm. It would be best to go to Alpha-sama and tell him about the situation. There may be a way to bring Shadow-sama back. Yeah. When Epsilon turned around to go in the opposite direction, he noticed that there was something on the ground that looked like some kind of book. When he approached it, he could see that it was the same book that Mordred was using in his hand. This book, it might be the key to bringing Shadow-sama back. If you analyze it, I'm sure we'll be able to travel to where he was transported. Delta would get excited upon hearing this, and with a big smile would leave the place. And what are you waiting for, Epsilon? Come on, Disa. We have to tell Alpha-sama. How much energy you have sometimes surprises me. Yes. Epsilon would follow Delta and both would leave towards where Alpha was. However, as they advanced, they had noticed a familiar magical presence. Epsilon would quickly recognize this magical presence. It was Beta who was on his way. This sense of smell and presence, it's Beta. What is she doing here? Her thoughts would be interrupted by Beta, who had already arrived where the two were, surprised to see Delta and Epsilon in the same area. Delta? Epsilon? What are you doing here? That's what I should ask you. Are you just coming? Well, I came because I felt Shadow-sama's energy and wanted to come help with something. Help? If not, I'm sure you wanted to take notes or show off. Whatever, that doesn't matter now. What matters is that Shadow-sama has disappeared. Missing? Yes, Delta and I recently arrived at the place. He was facing off against 4 strange people when he was about to win. A strange person with a book cast some kind of magic spell and Shadow-sama disappeared and they escaped. Beta, upon hearing that, would be shocked and at the same time would start to regret not having been able to come sooner, since if he had come sooner perhaps he would have avoided all this chaos. However, we found that guy's book. Epsilon would release the book. We plan to take him back to the base and have him analyzed. Maybe there's a spell or something to bring Shadow-sama back. Wait, can I borrow the book just for a bit? Yeah? Well, if you're interested. Epsilon would give the book to Beta, who, upon taking it, would begin to read it with the somewhat confused look of both Shadows, who only looked, when a few minutes passed after reading the book. Of course, that must be it. Is something wrong? Epsilon asked with some curiosity, and Delta, who just looked intrigued. The language is difficult to understand, but if I take it with me, maybe I can decipher it. After all, I'm a professional novelist and I know several languages. I haven't seen this one, but I can research it. Well, do what you want, I'll give the report to Alpha-sama. Wait. That? Before that, we have to meet to explain what happened last time with Ganma. Explain? Delta told me everything, and about Ganma's situation, and I think we should explain first so Ganma can help us. Don't you think Shadow-sama's safety is more important right now? Of course I think so, but we owe Ganma-san an explanation. Besides, he won't support us if we don't explain, and if Shadow-sama comes and finds out about this mess, he'll be mad at us. I understand. I have no problem in that case. Delta, would it be too much trouble if I asked you to find Zeta? Why me? Well, we never know where Zeta goes, and you, with your sense of smell and senses, are the best ones to find her. You need to be nicer, Beta. Epsilon would approach Delta and give her a bone-shaped candy, which Delta would quickly bite, wagging her tail happily. If you help us, I'll give you 2 more, but don't tell Alpha-sama, understand? Delta would nod with a smile and leave the place. Wow, since when have you been such good friends? Well, that's it. Epsilon would remember when Delta sniffed her, and reminded her that her breasts were made of slime, and with fear she gave a candy to Delta, who took it thinking that this was the only way to keep her from telling the others. She also realized that Delta loved candy, and it could be a good reward for her for a job well done in addition to meat. That is... Epsilon with some sweat would look the other way. Yeah? Well, that doesn't matter now. You better go investigate the book and I'll give the report, understood? If you're right, well, I'm leaving now. Beta would leave the place with a sighing Epsilon. It was close, well, time to report. Epsilon would leave the place too. Chapter 36 Final Arc Part 3. About 15 minutes later, I found myself gathering magical energy around my body once more. I only needed a little bit of magic to destroy the door. The spell didn't look that weak, but it wasn't that great either. With the right percentage and the right approach. List. After finishing, I slammed my fist against the door, knocking it down with some ease. But as soon as the magic reached my fists, it quickly faded. Open. I started walking. With each step, I noticed the atmosphere of the place change. It was no longer the same white place as always. Now it was a dark color with white spots, as if I were walking in outer space. What is this feeling? The pressure in the place increased, to the point of being overwhelming. Any human would have died by now. Even shadows would have found it difficult to move or breathe. Luckily, I trained not only my magic, but my body as well. Otherwise, this place would have crushed me. Oh, a visitor. I haven't had anyone here in 3 centuries. A female voice filled the room. It was calm, yet firm in a way. It reminded me of Aurora, but this one carried a bit more intensity, as if the two of them blended perfectly into one. The voice seemed somewhat confused. You're just a kid. Could this girl really see through Shadow's disguise? Beyond Shadow, there was just an ordinary 15-year-old student. However, his slime suit was interesting. It conveyed a slight sense of magic, which shouldn't be allowed in this sanctuary. Whether it was magical garments, or a measly drop of magic, it was vaporized in an instant. Who are you? Before we start with that. She looked at me flirtatiously. Would you mind setting me free? No. You wouldn't leave a lady to her fate in this place, would you? There isn't much benefit I can get from it, but I'm probably the only person who has any idea how to get out, or who can at least guide me around. I thought the exit was through this door, but I was wrong, and I don't sense any magical presences from the outside. So unlike the sanctuary, this is a special dimension that absorbs magic, and it will be more difficult to get out. That being the case, I have no other option. I formed a small key with my slime that I had on with a little 1% magic. Without delay I almost cut it, and with the key I freed 2 of the cracks in the mysterious woman's chains. However, when I tried to free her from the 3rd chain, nothing happened. You won't be able to free me with that. The 3rd chain is specially made to absorb even matter. The girl returned to her usual bored expression, since she had hoped a little that the mysterious boy could rescue her from her confinement, but those hopes were gone when she remembered the 3rd and last chain that she had never been able to escape with her magical power, and these 3 centuries lived inside. When I tried to find out if what this girl was saying was true, I tried connecting several hits to the chain, but nothing happened. Wait, it's not absorbing my blows. This is I get it now. The impacts of my blows weren't absorbed, but rather sent to another dimension. I noticed this when I landed the first blow, and it didn't open the chain. It was something more rocky. Shadow's fist had been sent to another location. It was a different planet with a mountain as large as Everest, and when Shadow's punch connected, the mountain was quickly pulverized. I hit something rocky. If the chain absorbed my impacts, I could overload it, but if it deflects them, it's going to be a problem. Shadow was in a dilemma. Perhaps the easiest thing to do would be to leave her here and find his own way out, but that's not what a Shadow Eminence would do. I don't like this place. The magical energy is absorbed too quickly, and the pressure limits my concentration. I didn't want to use more magic than necessary, but at this rate, I won't be able to afford to economize. I sat on the floor and began to meditate, but I only gathered magical energy again. The girl looked at Shadow strangely. She didn't know what he was doing or what he was planning. What's he trying to do? Is he trying to gather magic and do the same thing? I can feel the magical energy slowly growing in him, but no matter how much he gathers all the magic in the world, it's impossible to destroy a chain connected to another dimension. It would be breaking the dimension itself. Perhaps I could do it if the chain didn't prevent me from concentrating my magic. A/N. The reason why she can't gather magical energy like Shadow is because the chains also disrupt her energy flow, which disables any attempt at gathering magic. Whoever imprisoned her in that place took into account the powers of this mysterious person and took drastic measures. Time passed and Beta arrived at Mitsugoshi just where Alpha was entering the office, but not before knocking first and receiving permission to enter. Alpha-sama, I'm very sorry to interrupt you at this time. What's the news? Well, about that I have two pieces of news. The first is that I sent Delta to find Zeta to join us for the next meeting, and I talked to Epsilon. He's agreed to come. Also, I think we owe Ganma-san an explanation. Alpha felt some relief hearing Beta. He wouldn't have to summon the shadows again for a while for his missions. He noticed that Beta interrupted his mission and Epsilon for another meeting, since they definitely needed to clear up the matter from that one again. The second piece of news is that, well, I'd like to discuss it once Ganma-san is here. I thought it would be best if everyone heard it. It's something of utmost importance. It would probably be best if Zeta and Eta found out. What news are you talking about? Well, it's that. Hearing what was news that even Beta considered of utmost importance, Alpha couldn't wait until it all arrived. Possibly it was about his master. Go ahead, say it. Beta doubted whether it was really the right time to say something like this, but he couldn't disobey a direct order from his superior. Shadow-sama has disappeared. Huh? Alpha was shocked. She couldn't believe what she had heard. Missing? What do you mean by that? Alpha-sama. It was a strange sight for Beta to see Alpha in that state. Her gaze was lost, like a child who has lost sight of her parents. I can't blame her. Without Shadow-sama, we shadows are nothing, but if we have Alpha-sama, everything will be fine. Yes, you see. Beta began to tell Alpha everything that had happened about the four people, the seal, and the escape, including the fact that Epsilon had found the book, but he didn't notice that Alpha was lost in her thoughts. I always do this. When he's not here, I feel lost, but they all trust me. I can't lose myself too. Alpha regained her composure, and Beta continued to tell her everything except for the candy Epsilon gave her to convince Delta. It was very difficult for Alpha to believe that Delta obeyed such an order, given that she herself hadn't been able to convince her to look for Zeta, but that didn't matter, at least for now. You are. What should we do? It's useless to worry about him. Beta. Yes. You can analyze the magic book, right? I can do it, but it will take a long time. It would probably be best if Ada helped me figure it out. I understand, do it then. Yes. Beta was happy that her superior knew what to do. After all, they were from Shadow Garden, and were trained by Shadow-sama. When we clear up the misunderstanding, please give me more progress reports and any insights you've found. Understood. Beta was about to leave the room when she noticed that Alpha was still acting a little strange. Her aura overflowed with a strong pressure, despite her words that inspired confidence. Perhaps the news affected her more because not only was she Ganma now, but they had to bring Shadow back. Besides, the possibility of him finding out about the whole catastrophe was something annoying to process. However, she trusted that her leader was strong and that everything would be okay, and Shadow was not weak at all. However, she couldn't help but feel worried for her leader. Beta closed the door. Shadow-sama, please take good care of yourself. Chapter 37 Final Arc Part 3.5. The minutes passed as I gathered enough magical energy again. After the 15 minutes, I approached the third chain once more. Didn't you hear what I said? It's useless to free me. Even if you've recovered some magic, it won't be enough. That would mean destroying an entire dimension. So tell me something. If I destroy the dimension along with the chain, will I be able to break it? Wait. That's impossible. You can't destroy a dimension. Do you know how many worlds that would be? If it's just destroying one dimension, it will be easier. Shadow's gaze shifted from expressionless to serious for the first time. With each step, he drew closer to the source of the crushing pressure, where the very space they stood in began to tremble. The dimension itself tried to repel him, but its power let him know that his wishes were irrelevant. He knew he had little to use with his only attack. What is this pressure I'm feeling? This much power shouldn't exist. Even if I could use all of its power in a single attack, this amount of magic is impossible. It's equal to that of... Shadow formed a slime sword and began to concentrate his energy. Now I will display the power of a true shadow eminence. Not even a dimension will stop me. Yes, that sounds good as a sentence. Not even a dimension can oppose the true eminence among the shadows. With those words, he quickly attacked with such ferocious speed and force that not even the girl herself who was tied up could see what was happening. In a mere blink of an eye, an attack of enormous force occurred and the dimension began to break. One crack after another appeared, even the very space they were in began to crumble as it was unable to withstand such power. Everything would be destroyed, however at the last instant the third chain was shattered, as well as the portal that sent his attacks to another dimension. The chains have fallen. Shadow exhausted his magic once again. I didn't think I'd use that much power in a single attack, but there was no other way. If I had used a lower percentage, it would have taken longer and my magic would have been absorbed. The girl, freed from her chains, fell to the ground. Ha! She looked back at Shadow, dumbfounded by the feat she had witnessed, since not even she had been able to get out all this time, and this kid made it look so easy. As he still had trouble forming words with his lips. How did you do it? I just used magic, I guess. But that's impossible, calling what you've done magic is. I'm flattered. You are someone, you are someone. She started biting her lip as she stood up, to the point where blood began to flow. You are someone very interesting. When he spoke those words, his eyes changed from dark to crimson red. Oh? Shadow turned around trying to analyze the situation, however she would have approached him, taking him by the arm. I never thought I'd find someone so strong in this world, and even more so that a man with such power has freed me. His eyes showed gratitude, but above all a universe of curiosity and desire for the unknown. How could I thank you? She moved her breast closer to me, and I just turned away, waiting for her to tire. It was a little awkward, and the feeling I'd had with Aurora was gone. I see you'll be difficult, hee. However, his crimson eyes turned reddish and his torn clothes were repaired in an instant. I'm sorry. He said it again, in the same calm voice and demeanor he'd used the first time we'd spoken to me. Maybe he had two personalities? Whatever, it didn't matter now. The next mission of the Eminence in the shadows was approaching. Your clothes haven't faded even though I'm noticing a bit of magic coming from them. Shadow, upon hearing those words, would look at his slime and notice that the woman was right. His slime clothes had not disappeared. It seemed strange to him since in the sanctuary he could not use his slime, and in this place apparently he can use it. When I tried to form a sword or object from slime, it refused to be created, which didn't make sense since it was slime but materialized, although I could create small objects like keys or levers. Maybe it's because the slime is alive. Probably magical creatures living in this place are the exception. The girl, upon observing Shadow, would be intrigued by his abilities since she had never seen a person use such powers. Now that you've freed me, the next step is to find the way out. Find? I've never escaped from this place, and my last memories were of being locked up here for as long as I can remember, and nothing else. It could destroy the dimension. No, don't do that. If you do, we'll probably end up stranded in outer space, or worse, thousands of miles away from where you came from. The only way back is through the same door that brought you to this place. Shadow would shrug his arms while sighing. There seemed to be no signs of life to question someone and guide them to the exit, and now he could not destroy the dimension for danger of being trapped. This would only bother Shadow, remembering Mordred promising that when he looked at him again this time he was going to kill him for such annoying abilities. Meanwhile, in Itae's scientific room, both Itae and Beta were investigating the book and how to decipher it. While Beta was translating, they would notice some strange words. The magical objects of the world will free you from the chains of that dimension. What does this mean? Eta, look, I found something peculiar. When Itae approached, he would notice what was written. Do you think it's some kind of code? What if the way to free Shadow-sama isn't with a spell similar to the one that Mordred made? It's possible, although we don't have a 100% reliable translation yet. What is the probability of my theory? 50%. I will hasten to decipher this code so I can go to Shadow-sama's aid. Chapter 37 Final Arc Part 4 Remaster. While I was in a mental dispute about how I could escape from this place, she started talking. I think maybe there is a way. At that moment, the dimension began to shake violently as roars echoed out. For some reason, these sounds felt familiar. They were violent, but they also emanated a strange, familiar energy. It was as if I could feel the energy of my world again. However, I still couldn't summon my magic. What if that thing, or he, was the way out of this world? What is this feeling? The girl beside me was trembling uncontrollably. She felt like terror itself was coursing through every corner of her body, and I can't blame her. We don't have magic, and the only way out seemed to be that thing. In my previous life, I might have felt the same fear and anguish as this girl, but now all I feel is the desire to make this creature fall to the eminence in the shadows. Cuckoo, he asked me what my final sentence will be when I defeat him. I slowly approached the overflowing energy. No. But I was quickly stopped by that strange woman who looked at me with concern. Her eyes kept screaming, "Don't go!" But my objective was clear. Wait! No! I ignored her words and kept moving forward. She just sighed and followed me with a defeated expression. Do you know anything about this place? Not much, just that I was locked up centuries ago by a strange person, but I don't remember his face very well. Could it have been Mordred? He sealed me. Perhaps the way he sealed this woman was similar to mine. Yavio. But that thing, or whatever is doing all this damage, I've never seen it before. Not even in all my time confined. It's possible it's a guard in case I ever break free from my bonds. Yavio. We must go. Because? We can't do anything about that magical beast. Not to mention we don't have our magic. Let's find another way out. A while back, after being trapped with Aurora and unable to use magic, I began training my body tirelessly so I wouldn't be rendered powerless like that again, and I think this is a golden opportunity to showcase my abilities. Besides, it'll be a good challenge, and if I find a chance to escape, I'll take it. The easy way out doesn't go well with an eminence. You can find your own way out, if that's what you plan to do. Are you crazy? You're going to fight that thing without magic? That's right, I'm crazy. After all, it's madness that makes one an eminence. What a great line, I have to write it down. A smile spread across my face for a few seconds. The girl seemed uncomfortable, but she understood my goals and simply wished me good luck. I expected her to stop me or something, but she didn't. Apparently, beings of great power understand each other well. Good. The time has come. The night illuminated the beautiful streets of Midgar, and the moon was brighter than ever. Under a bridge was a small faction surrounding Zeta. The numbers were totally uneven. A normal person would have succumbed to the number of enemies. But as expected from the Sixth to join the Shadows, more than a fight, it was a unilateral massacre. My arm! No, don't come any closer! And two more heads rolled on the ground. What are my eyes seeing? She was supposed to be alone, right? We had her surrounded by an entire battalion, so why does it feel like we're fighting an entire country? This was a mistake. Are we fighting Shad? Zeta's blade ended his anguish, and blood began to flow. His companion fell silent in horror at the scene before him. It's no, I don't wait. A nauseating liquid came out of his pants and began to wet the floor. This terror, this abomination reminds me of Mordred-sama. Zeta was desperate to find Mordred. She'd been searching for even the slightest bit of information since learning of Shadow's situation. She'd witnessed the fight from afar and was now searching for a way to bring him back. Wait, don't kill me! Speaks. I don't know where Mordred-sama is. I'm serious. I'm not lying, I swear. I swear on my life, I wouldn't lie. Be quiet. Zeta grabbed him by the collar of his shirt as the poor man was soaked in blood and tears. He really didn't want to die. Useless people have no value, so I'll let you serve your boss in the afterlife. Everyone will sooner or later. Wait. I can. Slash. Zeta pierced him with his claw. Hope was gone without a trace. Me too. Imbecile. I'm cold. The light in her eyes finally went out, but there was a more pressing matter for Zeta. Her suit had become stained with blood and she hated getting dirty. Even in death, they only cause trouble. And what are you doing hiding there so pathetically? Oh, so you found me out, Zeta. Delta came out of the tree she was hiding in. She had a big smile on her face. Even a brainless idiot would spot you in such an obvious place. Delta was annoyed by his insults, but the mission came first. There's something I have to tell you. Did Shadow-sama disappear? Huh? Delta's ears pricked up. How do you know? That doesn't matter. Did you just come to tell me that? Well, no. You have to come to the base. Alpha-sama called you, and says there will be a meeting. A meeting? Yep. Beta asked me to bring you. It's weird that you listened to his orders. He probably offered you a candy. You're so easy. Zeta looked at the horizon, as if she were looking at something, or remembering someone. Pero mi jego. What? Why? I'm on my own mission. I need to know more about Shadow-sama's whereabouts, and I'm not going to stop now that I'm so close. But it's Alpha-sama's orders. She'll be furious if you don't come. I don't want her to yell at me. I don't care. I'll think of an excuse later, but I'm not going to a boring meeting. This meeting is different. It's about Shadow-sama. We managed to get some information. Information? And maybe the meeting wouldn't be so tedious after all. Fine, but if it's a boring meeting, you'll see what happens to you. I don't want you to waste my time. I'm for boring business meetings. This is about Shadow-sama. Zeta, you care about him a lot, Disa. Delta thought that side of Zeta was cute, but she couldn't blame her. Worrying about Shadow was something all shadows shared. Let's go, Disa. After 1 hour in Mitsugoshi, everyone was gathered except for Ganma, who hadn't arrived yet. Zeta was confused because she thought they were going to talk about Shadow, and although Ganma wasn't there, she wanted to talk about the news. However, Delta didn't tell her the real reason for the meeting. After a small setback, Ganma would have arrived, and upon seeing her companions gathered, she would be a little surprised since they hadn't told her they were coming, much less to a meeting. However, she was still somewhat annoyed with everyone and would ask Nu to leave, which she would agree to by closing the doors. What's going on? Ganma asked. We're sorry. Tisk, you damn wolf, you tricked me. Because? From what happened before, I know you've been upset with us and we wanted to give you an explanation. That's not the point. Why are you apologizing for something that wasn't your fault? Everyone would be left wondering about Ganma's answer since they wouldn't understand what he was talking about. It's true that I couldn't have my first time with Shadow-sama, and that we didn't do it as planned. However, I realize that as long as you are the people I trust the most, there's no problem with our master staying with you if that makes him happy. Getting angry just because my best friends make the person I care about most in the world happy would be arrogant and selfish of me to deny you and him that happiness. In fact, I am lucky to be considered, and that now you apologize to me when I should be doing it for my attitude before. Ganma would smile, making Epsilon, Beta and Zeta smile too, and Alpha, with some tears however, would turn around to avoid being looked at, wiping herself. She was happy that nothing stronger would happen, like a separation. After all, they were best friends, almost like family, and not just companions like in the beginning. Between all they managed to build Mitsugoshi and formed Shadow Garden to serve one person, and they all shared that special feeling for him. Ganma-san, you are the best. Delta would jump on top of Ganma, causing her to fall to the ground. D-Delta T, stop, you're tickling me, D-Delta. Shadow-sama, after all, they grew very fast as you predicted. Alpha would look at the shadows, remembering the old times and a flashback where she was talking to Cid when he was 12 years old, the latter mentioning that after the last mission with the shadows they had all grown a lot, and that he undoubtedly wished each and every one of them success before the final farewell. This time we won't leave Shadow-sama like we did 3 years ago, although we can't go back to our hobby of finishing off the cult all by your side, for this time we all have a goal like we did 3 years ago, and that goal is to find you. Chapter 37 Final Arc Part 5. Tack. 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 My footsteps sounded all over this place. The sound had become more sensitive. Apparently, the more I walked, the more the roars sounded, until I finally got closer to what I could observe was a mass of enormous black/red energy behind what seemed to be an enormous beast, which was guarding said area. I assumed that if I arrived at that place I could go back. How should I make my entrance on these occasions? I could do a stylish jump, or simply appear in a challenging pose. However, in a white venue, it wouldn't look very good. I'll do the traditional one. Elsewhere from the same prelude. Was I right to abandon him? No, after all his eyes were clear, he wanted to fight, it was his battle, I couldn't interfere, it was the pride of someone strong. However, I would stop for a few seconds. In my head there were doubts about whether I had really done the right thing. After all, looking for a possible alternative exit would take thousands of years, not to mention that if that exit was just as dangerous without the strength of that guy who entered this place, I probably wouldn't be able to escape soon, or possibly never. It was all or nothing even if I used my last resort, but can I trust that he is as strong as I'm assuming? Maybe it would be a better idea to just watch their fight and see if we can have an equal chance, and get my hopes up. Something's giving me a good feeling. I approached the beast between small threads and looked directly at it from a great height. My clothing resonated with the wind of the place, and I summoned my 2 slime levers with which I would start my fight. The monster only stared at me with a challenging look, waiting for my attack. Normally I would think that he would attack first, but he probably wanted to know my abilities. Oh, so you want me to start? I'm sorry to say that it's against my principles for me to start. The weakest always go first. The creature roared and fired some kind of energy multiple beam. As it did so, its body had divided strangely. Dragon snakes had grown on each limb, and each one expelled a heat beam. I quickly jumped, and with the help of the threads I made great jumps, dodging several of the heat rays. However, I couldn't dodge some of them, so by turning my 2 levers I deflected most of the attacks. Some heads wanted to attack me and I hit them, causing them to tear off. You're interesting, I'll call you in my deepest respect. When I approached before I could give the final blow, I was taken by surprise by the dragon's head that I thought I had torn off. It was behind me and shot a blast at me. I jumped back, which affected Alhea. However, that was not enough. When I tried to land on the ground, the rays only shattered the ground and made falling higher. It was a truly annoying ability. The heads don't fall off even if I smash them. Regeneration? No, they don't need to be attached to their body to be able to damage me. I have to smash them completely. However, they still shoot. I sighed as I closed my eyes. I quickly moved my 2 staffs until one of them was pointing at the beast that was looking directly at me. I lunged again, this time with more speed when he fired his bursts at me again. However, they were easy to predict. It seemed that he only had that skill. If that was the case, this encounter was going to be boring. I finally reached his head. When I was in front of him, I prepared to hit him several times with my levers, which destroyed his face. When he sent his heads back this time to attack me, I turned them into dust with several attacks. I used a martial art from my old world which consisted of the perfect defense. Using it brought me a bit of past nostalgia. He tried to shoot a ray from his mouth at me again, but that technique wasn't going to work twice. I took the shot with my fists while looking at him smiling. I undid the shot in my hands. However, he continued trying to attack me, but this time instead of taking the shot and destroying him by force, I took it. Here, I'll give it back to you. I returned his attack, causing a huge explosion. Gravity had stabilized again after that explosion. I deduced that maybe I weakened him too much, or maybe I had killed him. I had gotten a little excited about this monster, but it wasn't as good a challenge as I expected. However, his heads became creative to me, and the fact that he didn't have the regeneration cliché, I'll give him 2 points for that. When I finally got down to the ground after a few minutes in the air, I just directed my gaze one last time at what the creature was and returned as I slowly walked to the portal. Incredible! From afar I could see how that 15-year-old boy managed to defeat that fearsome beast. It was something unheard of. To have done it without magic, I was a monster, but he is on another level. When I started walking, I heard the sound of a weak shaking behind me. When I turned around, I had seen the demon with his body with deep wounds, his skeletal face, and the snakes in half. A large amount of blood fell in puddles as if it were a waterfall. Suddenly the whole dimension began to change color to a dark one, and the whole place had now become like space itself again. The roaring creaked in all areas of the dimension. The sound was unbearable. "That roar, I like it!" Shadow would have gotten excited and would try to launch an attack. However, he would notice something strange. His body would not be able to move, but before he could realize it, he would receive a blow, causing him to be sent far away while he was chased. Several more blows arose. "I can't move my body, am I stunned? I can't move." The girl would notice that she couldn't move either, and seeing the blows Shadow was receiving, she would worry and try to help. However, the noise had stunned her and prevented her from being able to move. "Damn it! Hold on a little longer, kid." The monster sighed and his whole body began to boil when he suddenly launched an attack. "Oh no, dodge it!" However, it would have been too late. The attack would hit Shadow directly, causing the dimension itself to begin to crack. The ground was no longer white, it was a dark/red tone, and the attack continued to sink Shadow to the deepest depths. "Damn! Move! I have to help. It's unheard of that a person like me is useless at this moment." However, great was his surprise when a loud scream had been heard. Even the monster observed this. Shadow was holding the energy, was barely recovering the mobility of his body, and a strong explosion would sound. A hot and evaporating smoke would cover the area, making it impossible to see. That attack was good. When the smoke was discovered, Shadow would be seen with his suit completely torn, revealing the appearance of Cid, who was now shirtless, showing his marked body, which had some scratches while some blood came out of them. Chapter 37, Final Arc, Part 6. "Oh my God!" The woman who was visualizing everything couldn't help but worry about what had happened, thinking that Cid was seriously injured. However, her surprise was great when she saw that Cid got up as if nothing had happened. Cid would begin to stretch a little while he looked at the creature again. He would only sigh and then let out a psychopathic smile and would begin to run in the direction of the beast, which would launch its heat ray again. The moment he did this, Cid just kept running without caring if the ray hit him, and with his right arm he began to try with some difficulty to withstand the ray. Cid would clench his fist, causing a loud explosion. When the smoke began to clear, Cid was seen advancing on Aelij's arms. Dragons' heads fired consecutive rays. Some others simply launched themselves to try to cut him. However, Cid cut them with his punches. When the shot almost hit him, before he smiled. "Your skill earlier struck me as curious. You paralyzed me with the sound. Let me show you what a real scream is like." The scream of an eminence. Cid would inhale air and scream loudly, causing a tremor throughout the area. The sound was so narrow that everyone was deafened by several sounds. However, this was not all. He continued advancing until he finally had reached Eligia's head in front of him, when he fired another attack, but this one was more powerful. The attack itself had destroyed a large part of the dimension and caused the crack to open. Space itself was being seen and oxygen was escaping from the place. The confident monster would think that everything was over, but great was his surprise when Cid came out again, this time with a serious face. He gave a strong blow to his head, however it was deflected on contact, but the blow was so devastating that it would show that the planet to which he fell was destroyed. Before Cid could do anything else, another lightning bolt was launched towards him. However, he would feel an external force pushing him. When he looked, it was the strange woman from before who had pushed him, falling both far away. Meanwhile, in Midgar and Oriana, a tremor would shake the whole place strongly. Even some cracks began to open due to such devastation despite being a distant place. What the hell? It's the end all! People became alarmed and started running in all directions, thinking that perhaps it was a natural disaster. Not even the royal guard was going to protect them this time. Meanwhile, with Beta and Ada, these two were investigating Fenrir's book. They had already managed to decipher the code until the tremor reached where they were. Even the dragon that was asleep woke up after this. What's going on? This energy Shadow-sama? Several things in Ada's lab began to fall, but before more could fall, Ada would stop them with slime generated by herself. I already have the code. I'd better return to Alpha-sama. Beta would leave the room somewhat trembling since the whole place wouldn't stop shaking. When she got to where Alpha was, the whole place was shaking too. Alpha-sama! This energy is from Shadow. He's probably having a meeting somewhere else. We need to go. I've got the code cracked, now we can start. Beta would show the book with a serious expression. I would get up and the entire floor was destroyed. Was there even any floor at this place? What I saw was only a white space. I had no idea that it could be destroyed. When I looked to my right, I noticed that strange woman again. I deduced that she threw me before receiving the attack. I didn't understand her reason. I could have perfectly received it, but even if I had attacked her, my blows didn't affect her. I sent them to other places. I felt that my fists reached something ground. That was my deduction, at least. Yuug, are you okay? Yeah. If that lightning bolt hit you and you hit the ground, it would definitely destroy the whole place and we wouldn't find a way home. Was that why then? Let's wait for the dimension to regenerate. You can't keep fighting that beast, or else you'll be stranded in space. Yeah. Sigh. I didn't introduce myself before. My name is Liz. I am Shadow. I've never seen anyone like you before. You're truly amazing. You were able to put up a fight even though you didn't have any magic. Liz would bite her lip, a little blood coming out of it. You're interesting, kid. Is there a way to stop this ability? Huh. I don't know, but maybe if you had magic, you could channel it and damage him. The portal absorbs non-magical physical attacks, that's my theory. The problem is that magic is very scarce and it is hard to gather it. Even if I concentrated, I wouldn't be able to perform an atomic, otherwise it would take 2 or 3 hours. What are you planning? Do you have any ability that allows you to predict where he'll direct his attacks? The problem is I can't use it. I understand. Cid would start walking again towards where he was lying. Wait a minute, what are you going to do? Cid just continued on his way, but he was already starting to like Liz. Her bravery and power were definitely out of this world, and she would follow him. After a while, Cid was already in front of the enormous creature while Liz watched from behind, which would be the second round of these two. When Ailhea observed this, she only stared at Cid, who continued advancing. Before he launched his attack, Cid was no longer there. How fast it is! Liz thought as she bit her lip even more. I need more power. Cid was running around Ailhea, who was trying to throw her dragon heads, but they were useless because they couldn't reach their target. It wasn't until a loud bang was heard and Cid kicked Ailhea hard, sending her flying immediately. Liz would be extremely surprised by such an action. The thing was about 100 meters tall, and he sent her flying with a kick. She definitely hadn't expected that, but her surprise was even greater when Cid was no longer moving like before. This time he was moving faster, as if he still had power to show. But she would be struck by the reason why Ailhea hadn't absorbed her kick, since she had previously absorbed her blows. This time it was different. Could it be that he? Ailhea would try to hit Cid with her enormous arm. However, he was not there again. When she tried to turn around, he was sent crashing far away. That's right. That's his weak point. Why didn't I think of it before? His attack absorption has a limit. He can't use it forever. He's vulnerable. Shadow's weak point is... Liz didn't finish speaking as another wave of air was heard loudly. It was Cid who was beating Ailhea strongly. When Cid struck another blow, it was again deflected. Did he recover? I will destroy this dimension along with all of you. Ailhea would start to get annoyed and would launch attacks in all directions. Said attacks would start to crack the whole place. One of those attacks was about to hit Liz, however she barely managed to dodge it. Cid just stared until he heard someone calling him. When he turned around, he could see Liz running towards him. Shadow! His weak point is that he can't always have his skill active. You have to attack him when he warns you with all your power. Why are your eyes? There's no time. Distract him in the meantime and attack when I tell you. I understand. But how will he know when to attack him? Is it a skill of his? Whatever. Chapter 37, Final Arc Part 7. When I looked at Liz, her eyes had changed color. They were no longer those crimson eyes, now they were violet eyes. However, I didn't give it any more thought. I only limited myself to dodging each attack I received, waiting for her signal to attack. The combination was effective. Each vulnerable point I took advantage of and attacked, although it is the first time that a monster withstands my blows. Even if I use my magic power, it is possible that it will withstand quite a few attacks. This Alagian creature is even stronger than my dragon that takes care of my garden. I felt nostalgic when I remembered that battle that happened 3 years ago when I was 12 years old. I probably just need a few more hits, and this will be over. His ability is simple, however it is annoying because even if I attack him he deflects my attacks, but you have a weak point. I must admit that it has been a long time since I had a battle where I couldn't win with my physique. You have put me to the test and I lack condition. I will definitely train my physical condition more so that not even skills like yours will be a problem again. I appreciate it, Ahea. GGH. Liz would fall to the ground while looking blurry, spit, vomit a little. I'm close to my limit. If I continue using my ability any longer I'll lose the sight in my left eye, but I can't give up. Not now that we're close to escaping this place. Liz? The right! Cid would attack in the said direction, causing Eligia's leg to fly off as a consequence. Cid would turn to look at Liz to guide him again, but she would notice the condition he was in. What's happening? Don't worry about me, just keep attacking. Just destroy the last thing left and we'll get out of this place. Alpha Sama, the spell is complete. -10 numbers were using their magic power, gathering between the 10 of them a big magic portal. Let's go. And Beta and Alpha would enter the portal. When I got close to destroying the last part, something happened. My fist pierced through it again. Was it the wrong place? It makes no sense that its ability would activate so quickly. I calculated the time unless. Damn, my eyesight, I can't see well. Probably gave him the wrong direction. No, I can't back down now, not when we're close to winning. The portal would open and Alpha and Beta would come out. When the two came out, they would be surprised by what was happening. On the one hand, they were surprised by the enormous monster of more than 100 meters, but that was not the important thing. The important thing was the state in which their leader was being, that they had never seen him like that. Even his suit had been broken, deducing that even he was having problems now. Shadow-sama! Beta would go in Shadow's direction while Beta, observing this and assuming that his boss was in trouble, would summon a slime sword. Did my magic return temporarily? It must be the portal. I feel magical energy from it, maybe because it's a spell. I'll borrow its magic. Shadow would sigh and his slime suit would cover him again and his superficial wounds would be healed and he would return as if nothing had happened to his previous state. His eyes changed to a purple hue while a slime sword was summoned to him. At that reaction, Alpha would lower his weapon since he already knew what Shadow was about to do, and Beta would also move away a few meters. Destroy this world. Alpha and Beta, upon hearing what Shadow said, would be alarmed, thinking that what Shadow was doing was somewhat exaggerated since although they knew he would destroy the monster, they did not think he would do it with the entire dimension. Liz was also surprised when she saw Shadow recover as if nothing had happened, but even more so because of the magic he was radiating, since she truly felt chills. Your insolence went too far, you hit me too hard. But now I'll give you back everything x 1000 inch. Shadow was smiling as he rose into the sky and slowly spoke the words. I am. Before Shadow could finish, he would be pierced in the chest by an Ahea claw, but Shadow would only smile psychopathically while blood fell from his lips. Atomic. The whole place would change color to a purple tone. What was a white space had now turned purple. Alpha and Beta quickly entered the return portal since they knew the danger of staying in the place, although at least they had already left the portal open for Shadow to return. If they stayed in the explosion, they would not come out unharmed. They could even die, since for the first time Shadow used a lot of magical energy, as if he was already upset. Liz would just stay where she was, surprised but with nothing else to do. After all, due to the distance from the portal, she wouldn't be able to get there in time, and she would resign herself to thinking that she would die, although the idea of dying for Shadow wasn't as bad as dying for Ahea. She had been glad to support him before, to destroy the beast that had tormented her in that place for centuries, and finally she was going to be free and rest in peace. Soon the whole place would be destroyed and a light would cover Alhea and Liz being slowly consumed by it. The light would gather in one point and a great explosion would occur that would destroy the whole place. After a while there were no signs of Alhea or Liz. However, a short time later Shadow was in the middle of space while a magic barrier covered this with the help of being able to breathe, although this was temporary. Liz would also be observed with a small magic barrier which had closed her eyes thinking she would die, but when she opened them great was her surprise when it was not like that but more when she saw everything destroyed and that they wandered in space. There were no signs of Alhea, and when she looked up at the sky there was that 15-year-old boy who previously without magic was battling the beast but already had his suit repaired and his wounds healed. After remembering what happened he wondered how he was still alive. However, he would notice that his magical powers had returned. Perhaps the cause was that the dimension was destroyed. Nothing could contain his powers. What happened? However, he got no response from Shadow, who just stared at the destroyed scene. The Eminence in the Shadows has destroyed a dimension, definitely one step further as the Eminence in the Shadows. And the dialogue was great, made me feel like a god. But maybe I should have made it more concise. Liz would have quickly approached Shadow, looking at him curiously and smiling. You're quite strong, I thank you for saving me. Alright. Why is your left eye pale? Oh, this? It was nothing, just a consequence of using my power. I lost my left sight. Alright. But it was worth it because you did it. You did what I couldn't do. The girl would lean a little closer to Shadow while smiling, and her right eye would turn more crimson than normal. Shadow would move, leaving her behind, now heading to the portal, entering it. However, Liz would follow him, entering the two of them into the portal. The moment they entered, it would close. Beta-sama, Alpha-sama, what happened? You just got back from the portal. How is Lord Shadow? Some numbers asked, but the two just didn't answer. He'll be fine. We only left because we were going to be in the way, but Shadow is back. Alpha answered with a smile, making all the numbers happy. Soon after, a shadow would become visible. Said shadow was recognizable to all, being Shadow, who would enter and observe everything. I see, so it was your idea, Alpha. Good work, but who are the others? Their suits are made of slime. They must be new Alpha apprentices, maybe? Beta would be happy and quickly hug Shadow, resting her breasts on his right arm, making Alpha look at the scene with some jealousy. Shadow-sama! I'm so glad you're okay. However, Shadow's gaze turned cold, causing Beta to feel chills, thinking that it was because he angrily mentioned Shadow for the little confidence he had. I'm sorry, Shadow-sama, for doubting you. I forgot to come home on time, and I didn't go home. Some days when I come back, Nei-san will wait for me. However, another figure would cross the portal, causing the numbers to be on guard along with Alpha. However, Beta continued to hug Shadow, ignoring what was happening. What an interesting place, and to think the world has changed so much since I left. Over 2. The next day after what happened at school, a beautiful morning began and an alarm clock began to make its characteristic sound. It was turned off when it showed a little. It was Minoru who was sitting at the table. He had already been awake while reading a book. What happens after death? Some theories say there is heaven and hell. Others say we become space dust and our consciousness disappears or is in some vague place without a physical body, unable to do anything in a hole of suffering. Reincarnation is achieved if Kami, God, allows it, but also if you die in the right way, having your goals clear alongside another life. But at the same time, before dying, hope does not disappear. That sounds physically impossible. No one could die and still maintain that smile, knowing that if you die wrong you could end up in hell, and that will be my fate. I'll have to research more ways. I need more knowledge, I need more power. I closed my book and got up from my seat. It was 5 a.m. I'll be going to class in 2 more hours. Maybe it's best to get ready. I headed to the bathroom and turned on the shower. While I waited for the water to finish heating up, I put away my things in my uniform, which I would wear to leave. I didn't sleep all night because I was researching that book. This was going to be another day of poor performance. Especially since I had exams coming up and I didn't study. Well, I still have the same old trick to pass even with a poor performance. The water fell on me while I was showering. I thought about some previous things, My body entered a state of relaxation as I was stressed from not sleeping another day. It was normal to have memories from before. The feelings were annoying, but I have to endure them when I take a shower. Flashback. Nei-san, help me! Miyamara! Alex was in a mental delirium. His body was not responding at all. He had to decide whether to live with his 11-year-old younger brother or with his girlfriend. The person who had managed to get him out of the depression of his own family, the perfect girl he had always wanted after several infidelities, was finally happy. But his younger brother was the one he swore to protect, even though it meant receiving the brunt of his parents' punishment, so they wouldn't be harsh on him. Come on, brat. Don't keep me waiting. I want to see the other half of the money you promised you were going to pay me. Otherwise, one of them will die for you to pay it. What do I do? What do I do? I can't choose, I can't. Why do I have to do it? Why do I have to choose? Miyamara! Ea? Choose Minoru and both of you run away. Alex, listen to me. I know what you're thinking right now, but it's not your fault. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Who was the bucking person responsible for us being locked in here? If only I had the money to pay for my classes and Minoru's, I wouldn't resort to this. It was my fault. I haven't changed at all. I'm still the same stupid person I was before. I can't help my family, and now I can't help the woman I love. It's bucking crap. Miyamura, look at me. Miyamura would turn around in the middle of the rain with a devastated look and look at his girlfriend with a warm smile, while his eyes were shining. I love you, I will always love you. You've shown me that I'm not just an assassin since I met you on a mission together. That day you asked me to be your girlfriend was the happiest day of my life, and I couldn't have been happier. Katie. A thug would approach and point a gun at the girl. I think I've decided who's going first. That'll teach you, brat, never to screw up again. Wait. A loud sound was heard, and when the bald man turned around he could see how the handcuffs were broken and a large amount of blood came out of the hands of the girl who was looking down. Is this brat? Is she crazy? Before he could aim again, a sound of blood falling was heard, and he began to watch Katie plunge a knife into the guy's neck, causing him to fall to the ground trying to breathe, but it was useless. With his throat slit, he only fell to his knees. While holding his neck, he finally fell to the ground. Fire! No, it can't be Katie, no! Katie would move quickly, killing several people with her knife without stopping while jumping and dodging, avoiding the shots as much as she could. However, it was useless. They were too much, and she had already received 2 shots in the right arm and was full of wounds from the bullet grazes. No way, I'm getting out of here! The gang leader would start trying to escape. However, Katie, seeing this, would get upset and try to chase him, but her right leg was wounded by a bullet. And then GH! Ha, we finally have you trapped. You were brave, brat. Miyamura was running away while he had Minoru carrying him. However, when he turned around he would witness the scene and he couldn't help but be torn apart inside by what had happened. It can't be this has to be a joke. Minoru would observe his brother, and in turn, upon seeing the scene, he would be shocked and could not begin to shed tears while pronouncing Katie's name. And memories of him with his brother would become present. Flashback. Katie, he is Minoru. Minoru, she is Katie, is my girlfriend. I liked it a lot. Ah, you're so cute. You look so much like your brother. I wouldn't say seem, but... What's your favorite food? Yeah, I don't have a favorite food, I just eat whatever my brother gives me. You really lived a terrible life, Miyamura. What did you expect? Our family in particular doesn't indulge in whims. We do what we're told or nothing at all. But a little pampering every now and then never hurts. But now that I think about it, I have no right to say that because it didn't seem to go that well for me either. Shall we drop the subject? Let's just enjoy the day. We're finally free from our families. The only thing we can do now is think about our future. You're right, happy face. Minoru, you have to go back to class. Why? I'm happy helping you, brother. You can't, Minoru. The work we do isn't the same anymore. What exactly are you doing, Nei-san? Well, let's just say it's an adults-only job now. so you can help me. However, the salary we earn is enough to at least cover the worries we have. Well, if you say so. Miyamura would approach Minoru and caress his head while sighing. Don't have the shitty life of your older brother Minoru. You're the only family I have left, and I can't let you get away from me. I know that one day you'll become someone great in the future. You two are such good brothers. Enough. Come on, go a little further. No. Let's go. I said no. -7 months later. Wait, don't kill me. The subject would not finish speaking and his throat would be cut in an instant, falling lifeless to the ground. It's over. Miyamura-kun, how did it go? Are you okay, Katie? These guys had nothing, that's strange. We're almost always asked to hunt down people from the same organization for years, but this time they had nothing. We don't have anything now to pay for Minoru's school. We don't even have enough to eat. We need to get something. Miyamura-kun, don't despair. We've been like this for several days now, Katie. I definitely don't like this assassin job. My mind has been rotten for so long. The only thing that keeps me sane is knowing that my brother is succeeding, and you, but even so. Sacrificing our minds on this job and not earning anything for days is already driving me crazy. Maybe it's because those we killed didn't have anything, that's all. No. We haven't won anything lately, and yet we're sent on missions that are supposed to earn us something. When we complain, they just say someone else took the loot, or it just wasn't right. This already seems strange to me. Now that you mention it, you're right. We need to win something or this will go wrong. But where else? We can't just change and leave. If we do, they'll come after us. The last thing we want is an enemy. Miyamura-kun, just be patient. Will everything work out? Losing your cool is the worst thing we can do. Katie would take Miyamura's cheeks, who would stare at her, unable to help but hug her while being comforted. I will definitely do something to fix this situation, I swear. Some time later. So we'll do this and this is how it will turn out. Boss. Oh, Miyamura. What's wrong? Can I ask a favor? Tell me. Would you give me an advance loan? Ha 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 ha. Everyone started laughing upon hearing Miyamura's words while he stood firm. A loan? Yeah. You're my best card. You earn more than everyone here. Why would you ask me for a loan? Lately, the missions you've been giving me haven't yielded any results. I couldn't find any money or valuables. I don't have anything to eat anymore, and I can't pay for my brother's school. Ha ha, so alone I don't make loans. I'll make a small exception for you since you're my best ace, but in return, you'll give me double what I lent you, and you'll have to kill. Upon hearing the name Miyamura, he would be in shock and unable to move. Did you understand? Don't let me down or else, Miyamura. I don't care if you're my best card, you're going to suffer. I had to kill her, I had to kill the woman I love if I wanted to survive, but I can't do it. Do I run away? They won't find me anyway, damn it, she was right, if only I hadn't been hasty, no. If only I had listened to her and calmed down, this wouldn't have happened, damn Minoru's school, now they're going to die because of me. Miyamura would leave Minoru on the floor, who was asleep, while sighing and caressing his face. Minoru. I'm sorry for having such a stupid brother. This is probably goodbye. But I don't regret anything. Tisk. Keep it. Everyone rushed at Katie, who was receiving a violent beating. Her injured arms were nearly exhausted, and the numerical disadvantage made it difficult to fight them all. It's your end. Before the final blow was given to her, Katie was no longer there. She would open her eyes seeing something blurry, an image of someone holding her. And Miyamura? I'm here, Katie. Sorry for the delay. Why did you do it? Why did you come? Don't talk. Isn't it obvious why I would come? I can't let you take responsibility for me. That definitely wouldn't forgive me. It's me who must take responsibility now. Can I ask you a favor? Take care of Minoru for me. What? Miyamura would smile and kiss Katie, who held her by the arms. This will be the end for me. I couldn't ask for a better ending if it's for your life and my brother's. No, wait. Before they could continue, a knife would fall upon them. However, with her last strength, Katie would push Miyamura away from the place. Katie! The knife would hit Katie's abdomen, and she would end up falling on a branch. One less. Now you're still a traitor. We thought about forgiving you if you only killed her, but you grew attached, and a murderer with attachment is no good. That bucking shit. I'm tired of living this miserable life. What did I do to live this way? Why is it that when I find happiness, it's finally taken away from me? Feelings, they're bucking shit. Miyamura would take the knife Katie had and use it on her mouth while holding it. That's enough. Goodbye. Everyone prepared to attack again, but a sound was heard, a siren. Oh no. The police are going. Before he could finish speaking, he would feel a great pain deep in his abdomen. When he looked with fear, he could see a knife stuck in it, and Miyamura piercing it. To hell with feelings, to hell. Miyamura didn't stop and continued stabbing several people who were already trembling due to their condition. However, that no longer mattered. He continued while he was full of anger. Miyamura-kun. Katie watched as Miyamura continued with great anger, finishing off several members at high speed. Some time passed, and all that could be seen was a whole massacre caused by Miyamura, who didn't stop killing them all until he finished with the last one, dropped the knife from his mouth, and fell to his knees on the ground. Miyamura. Katie? Miyamura stood up and went to where she mentioned quickly, and laid her on his lap while gently lifting her head. Katie, are you going to be well understood? You will be. Miyamura-kun, thank you. What's that about? From the day I was sold by my own family and had to start stealing, I lost hope of ever finding happiness again. I was alone, but when I met you... Katie would cough blood. Enough, don't continue. When I met you, you proved me wrong. Thank you for making me the luckiest girl to have you. Katie would close her eyes, and seeing that Miyamura would just hug her while tears fell from them. Chapter 37, Final Part 8. Who are you? Several numbers were on high alert for the girl who suddenly appeared above their master, thinking she was the enemy they were facing or an ally. I am finally free from my suffering. Thank you for saving me from that dimension that tormented me. Shadow would turn around and look at Liz, who was disappearing, but she approached him first and grabbed his cheek while smiling, closing her eyes and disappearing. What happened? I didn't feel any vital signs failing or something external, is probably her. Alpha would have looked at this with some annoyance, but that didn't matter now. The important thing was that Shadow had returned safe and sound. I continued walking and separated Beta a little from my arm while looking at Alpha. How's the new house you were planning going, Alpha? Alpha, upon hearing that, would feel great joy inside but would not express it, and would look seriously at Shadow. Well, they're almost finished building it, Shadow-sama. Let me know when you're done so I can complete the preparations and move in. Alpha would nod, and several numbers upon hearing that would look at the ground sadly, since their master Shadow had already chosen Alpha as his new girlfriend, and although it was predictable that Shadow would choose one of the 7 great shadows, it still weighed on them. Beta was also jealous but did not show it. After all, she could not do anything. Her lord had chosen Alpha. The only thing she could do was respect his decision. She did not want to have problems. In the same way, she was satisfied with having turns between all of them, respecting what Ganma wanted at the beginning. Clearly, Shadow was unaware of that. The next day, Cid began to train physically harder, while being watched by Delta, who looked with a sparkle in his eyes. I don't even sweat. This training doesn't yield the same results as before. I could try something harder. Delta. Yes, boss. How do you usually train? I don't understand the question, Disu. Delta would look at Shadow with a slightly confused expression comically. The muscles you have in your body. Muscles? Forget it. An Eminence in the shadows must have a good physique. I'll settle for this for now. Bossu, can I ask you a question? What's happening? Your body, isn't it really like that? Oh, so you've discovered my secret. I want to see what the boss's body really looks like, Disu. Can I, Bossu? Delta would approach Cid with an excited look to know the physique of her boss, who only looked at her with a drop of sweat. Do you really want to know my physique? Yes, boss. I always hide my muscles so as not to stand out and be a great mob. I actually spend most of my time restricting my body. Show a muscular Cid, then a skinny Cid. It was a bit difficult, but I managed to channel my muscles without losing my strength. When I use all my strength, I don't need to use them, so having them restricted or not restricted doesn't affect me. Cid would begin to force his body. With the passage of time, his size would grow a little and his arms and feet too. His clothes would begin to tear due to the strength and height. Delta just looked at this with surprise while Cid continued to grow until he reached the limit. This is my real body. The boss is the best. Delta would look at her boss's physique with shining eyes and would also try to increase her muscles. However, she couldn't make any changes no matter how hard she tried. After leaving, he would get a little depressed. You don't need Delta muscles, you're already fine the way you are. I must encourage her. After all, she has a lot of physical strength, keeps her muscles in good shape and knows how to hide them. Delta, upon hearing those words, would cheer up again and stand up with a confident smile. I'm the best if the boss himself says so. I didn't say that. A sound of a window opening sounded when I turned around. I could see Beta coming in. Shadow-sama, I have a report. What's happening? The preparations are ready. But you need to confirm if this is what you want. Wait a second, what preparations are you talking about? Will the wedding be in Midgar as we agreed? Shall we begin the preparations? That's a bad idea. I don't want to stand out. I already made myself stand out too much with the news that I was getting married, and now I do get married publicly. It will ruin my mob image if they see me as an alpha. However, getting married is an important cliché point for my role. It would be my first wedding. Shadow was thoughtful, frowning. Beta would think he was upset, and with a scared look would bow. I am sorry, Shadow-sama. If you want, we can have a private wedding. A private wedding? Well, I guess it wouldn't be bad. There won't be many guests, and I'd like it to be under the moonlight to break the cliché of sunset or day. Bien. Bossa te vas a casar con Alpha-sama. Delta would wag her tail side to side while she was happy for her lord's decision, and she was expecting a family soon so that the new Shadow clan would be the strongest. I'll inform Alpha-sama. In that case, Shadow-sama, I'll leave. I'll let you know the date soon. Beta would withdraw from the window, leaving Shadow and Delta. Oh no, Alpha will probably get mad at me for choosing a private wedding. Shadow imagines Alpha upset with him. Huh? The private wedding? I didn't know Shadow-sama was the type who was terrified of light. I guess I'll have to prepare my explanation. Boss, so when will they be the heirs of the clan? Why do you insist so much that we're going to have heirs? That's not going to happen. But I want heirs. Delta would pout. Now that I think about it, having an heir might be an interesting idea. Thousands of plots come to mind that I could use in that case. Ganma, how are the preparations for the new house going? Oh, you're wonderful, Alpha-sama. I still can't believe you'll be living with Shadow-sama. I'm so happy for you too. See, we have the best property available for you too. We can give you a 100% discount. No. It's not necessary. I'll pay for the property. Huh? No, that's not necessary, Alpha-sama. I'll take care of the price myself. No. It's okay, Ganma. Besides, I wouldn't want to abuse my power, and I also owe you for what I did before. Alpha-sama no longer has to worry about that misunderstanding. Besides, I'm the one who owes my life to you. Without you and Shadow-sama, I would never be what I am. And I'm very happy to be the one who has this role of choosing the dwelling where the two most important people to whom we owe our lives will live. Ganma. So please let me reward you. Alpha would sigh and smile. There was no choice but to accept. Okay. But I'm only accepting the 50% discount, okay? But Alpha-sama, I'll take it as a favor from you as well. I'm very grateful to you and the others for joining us during this important moment, and especially for the adventures we went through together so we could all return the same goal to Shadow-sama. Ganma would look a little sad at this because he really wanted to leave the house free to Shadow and Alpha, but they were superior orders he had to obey. Okay, I understand, Alpha-sama. The door would be opened, and it would be revealed to Beta, who had entered with some papers. Alpha-sama, I have a report to give. What was Shadow's response? His response was that he prefers a private wedding. Ganma and Alpha would be surprised by Shadow's decision, but at the same time Alpha would quickly understand, since Shadow's organization specialized in hunting and stalking from the shadows, and from the time she knew him she understood that he didn't like to stand out or be recognized. A public wedding would definitely be disrespectful to her beloved. Private? His decision was to be expected. Where could we start preparations? What excuse would be good? Or I could apologize. No, that definitely wouldn't work. They'll notice. Hunchback? Chapter 37, Final Part 9. Is it true that you're getting married, Cid? I'm not getting married. But your family made the announcement official a long time ago. It was a misunderstanding why I won't do it. You better. I was about to kill you, old man. Yes. In the end, I managed to keep the school from getting involved. Thanks to Zeta, we were able to erase the memories of those who thought I was having a wedding. Her approach was a bit exaggerated. However, I'd rather everyone forget I'm having a wedding, and making myself known would ruin my reputation as a shadowy power. It was a lot of work today. I would lie down on the bed without taking off my uniform. My day was summed up in another adventure like the Eminence in the Shadows. However, the Eminence in the Shadows erasing memories? That was sublime. A new cliché appeared in Cid. Knock, knock, knock. It's open. The door would open and reveal an elf with pointy ears and long blonde hair about my age, wearing a dark shadow garden uniform. It was the Alpha who had entered my room. I heard you were on a mission with Private Zeta. It was just a little adventure. When you go out with Zeta or Delta, let me know. They tend to be very it doesn't matter. Is it just me, or is she mad? Maybe she was upset about the idea of a fake, private wedding that also involved so much expense. I couldn't be sure that wasn't the case. I even asked Ganma if everything was okay. Did something go wrong? I just wanted to let you know not to be late. I won't do it. When you say that, that's when it always happens if you're late. Okay, I understand. Alpha sighed and approached where I was. I was too lazy to even take a step right now. I only wanted two things. 1. Think about my next strategy, and 2. But first, lie down for a while. When you're lying down, ideas come much faster than when you're standing. I won't do this all the time. You should reconsider changing before bed because we'll be a couple soon. Who told you that? A girl does research to know everything about couples before it's official, don't you think? Well, you have a point, however. Are you forgetting that it's a fake relationship? For me, it's not. Hey! Nothing happens. Alpha finished taking off my shoes, the footwear and tie I had on along with my jacket. He folded them and placed them back where they were. He got off my bed. Do the rest yourself. Yeah. Anyway, don't miss it. Alpha vanished as soon as I mentioned it with her red mist. I can tell she's improved with that Blood Queen technique. Before, she could only turn into smoke and be camouflaged in it. Now, can she use it for retreats? It's definitely a good retreat. As an Eminence Alpha, I'll give you points. Maybe I should think about my next exit. As an Eminence, I've thought about entrances, but never exits other than phrases. I need to give an exit that suits the situation. The shadows have been visiting me a lot lately. It's not that it bothers me, but it's never happened before. I thought they were just minding their own business. Well, that makes my eminent duties easier. Tum-tum. It's open. Cid. Oh no. It was my older sister. I entered my room and prepared myself for whatever might happen. Not even a second passed, Nason jumped at me and grabbed my neck. Of course that was going to happen all this time. I was out of the house most of the time. I just hope Zeta hasn't erased his memory, otherwise if he finds out that Alpha is. Cid, are you ready for your punishment? I didn't hear you, Cid. Nason squeezed my neck harder, forcing me to say a dry yes in quotation marks. This is for standing me up all month. And this is for not inviting me to the movies like you promised. Nason took out a chain and put it on me. Now repent. Hey Cid. Do you know what the hell happened? Alexia entered my room abruptly. As soon as she left, she looked at the scene and she had a face that showed discomfort. What are they doing? Oh, we're just playing, right, Cid? Help. Be quiet. Maybe I shouldn't interfere, but if you're his sister, don't treat him that way. Is it just me, or is Alexia defending me? Is this what they call character development? It's common in the anime I've seen, but I didn't expect it to be in Alexia. Omega-san. Kai-san, are you ready? Don't be so formal, Gamma-sama. Just call us Omega and Kai. No. Even though they are numbers, I like to treat them respectfully. Even so, we can't have that privilege. Gosh, Alpha-sama Epsilon-san made them act like that. It's okay. Kai Omega. Yeah? You're going to be in charge of the meal and preparations. Is that okay? Huh? We? Yes. Why did I say something wrong? It's not just that. I think it's a great privilege to be given this important mission. Gamma would smile. I leave them in your hands. Yeah. Come on, Ite-sama. Just put on the dress. Ada-sama. Kia. An explosion was heard near the facilities to which Omega, Kai, and Ganma were alerted, and it was 3 o'clock where the noise. What happened? Explain. 45-inch. Ite-sama, we've tried to get you to wear the formal dress for Shadow-sama and Alpha-sama's wedding, but he doesn't listen to us and won't leave his lab. It's locked. We tried to get in and fell into a trap. Free them, Kai. Yes. As you ordered. Kai approached and freed the aforementioned with a materialized sword from their bonds. Thank you, Kai-sama. Thank you? It's no big deal. And what does this mean? What do you mean you're not dressed? I'm sleepy. This isn't about whether you're sleepy or not, it's about something very important. Come out now. No, I'm going to sleep now. If you don't come out, I'll report it to Alpha-sama. Tisk. Ada advanced and deactivated each of the traps until she finally opened the door. She was in her walker chair since she was lying down, lazy to move. She dragged herself with her hands to avoid walking. I won't wear that. You have to do it. It's something important, something that's never happened before. You have no idea how disrespectful we would be if we were poorly dressed. Now put that on right away. I'll send a clone to the wedding while I watch with his eyes what happens. That doesn't change anything. Ganma would make a chibi pout while ETA explained her plan. Aren't you the hitch who abandoned Cid? What did you say? Of course you're here to defend him now. You disgust me so much after what happened to her, Cid. Don't you dare go near her again. I didn't do any of what you're saying. I thought that because you're his sister you'd be more respectful, but you're both the same in every way. Do you think we're the same? Claire covered her cheeks slightly with a light blush under Alexia's petrifying gaze. Why are you happy to know that? Fine. I won't let a hitch defend my Cid. So get lost. So that's what you think, huh? Nason, don't you think that? You shut up! Nason pulled the chain and pulled me again. Hey, don't you think you're going too far? Let it go. A witch's words have no weight in this discussion. You can call me a witch as many times as you want just because you are his sister. But I can't allow you to mistreat the one who saved my life. Saved life? Who are you talking about too, Aurora? I want to eat sushi. I thought Cid was stupid, but no wonder you're acting like that. What did you say? Do you want to try? Because you're his sister, I thought it would be disrespectful to say something to you or hurt you, but if you continue with that annoying attitude and mistreating Cid, then I'm not interested in you being his sister. As if a weirdo like you could do anything to protect him. I see. Oh no, here we go again. 1. Final last part. So you want to try what a weirdo can do? Unfortunately, I don't have time to deal with dogs like you, so go away. Well, if the one who chained her brother for standing her up for a month says so, isn't it? Is it jealousy? Oh wow, but they are brothers. Claire looked at Alexia with an annoyed expression. For the first time, I agree with someone. Hey, Aurora, which side are you on? I'm a witch, aren't I? I can be on any side that suits me. Alexia drew her sword in the same action that Claire would eat. On the other hand, Cid remained in his background character, being choked by Claire even though she was holding his sword and starting a battle, she wouldn't let him go. The moment they both looked at each other, they lunged at each other. The chain holding Cid was grabbed by him, and with his strength he pulled it so he could get into the collision between the two. This would leave Cid so hurt that he could use being in the hospital as an excuse to be without the girls and take a break, getting out of this situation like an old role player. Stop! Cid? Pachi? They barely mentioned each other's names. Cid took the attack from both of them, flying through the ceiling, shattering instantly. The chain holding him was also broken by the attack, luckily. As Cid fell upward, he smiled, took a blood pill out of his pocket, and bit into it. As he fell back, he spit out a pile of blood. Cid? Cid, are you okay? Pachi? It's impossible. He shouldn't be hurt by this kind of attack. It won't be that. This is not the time, Aurora. I hurt my brother, I must help him. Why did you do something so reckless? Nei-senai. You're such an idiot. I too want them to get along. I fainted as soon as I mentioned those words as part of my great performance. Cid? See what you're doing. What I do? We were also spending our time as brothers until you came along to ruin it. You had him imprisoned in his own room. Is that good bro time? You wouldn't understand. Our relationship was always like this. Claire gave a slight smile, while Alexia just made a purple face without understanding anything. That doesn't matter now. We need to get him to the hospital now. Alexia approached Cid and tried to lift him up, however Claire prevented that from happening by stopping her from touching him. What are you doing? I won't let you carry him. I can do it myself. Besides, he might catch cheating princess germs. Tisk. Alexia turned around in annoyance and opened the door to slowly leave. At the same time, she left the door open. Oh, I'm so sorry, Cid. Nei-san started to hug me tightly. It seems it will take time until the paramedics come. I will have to fake my possible fainting longer. A cat watched Cid and Claire from under the bed. It was Zeta, who was wrapped in Cid's clothes. What is the teacher doing? He'll be late if he wastes time with his sister. He should knock her out. I erased your sister's memory. I thought if she knew the master had a wife, things would end badly as a favor to my master. I was in the hospital. My chest was all bandaged up. My sister stayed by my side for a while. But I noticed her take my arm and say goodbye as she left. What happened? Well, at least I have some peace. But being in the hospital bed was enough of pretending. With my right hand, I accumulated mana and made the large wound on my chest disappear in an instant. I barely did that when I was about to get up when the door rang. I returned to my bed as a mob and pretended to be wounded again. Alexia entered my room and closed the door. Is it time to prepare for psychological torture? Hey, Pachi. Why, yes? I'm so sorry about what happened this morning. I didn't mean to hurt you. Hey. Oh, okay. Changing the subject. Your sister treats you very badly. You shouldn't let that happen, right? Only Nei-san and I play. I don't call that playing, but if you see it that way, it's okay. But if she treats you that way again and I'm present, you'll have to excuse me for stopping her. Oh, okay. Cough. Alexia looked at Cid somewhat scared, thinking that the attack he launched together with Claire was very deadly, feeling that she committed a crime of murder. In that case, I'll stay a little longer. Cid's confused look. Do you need anything? I'm not interested in bringing you anything, but I'd like to know at least. For now, I'd just like to sleep. I just slept. Alexia didn't finish saying what she would do, and Cid had already fallen completely asleep, leaving her surprised. He's already asleep! Alexia gave a slight smile and laughed a little. You haven't changed at all. I hope you continue living this carefree life the way you like. I promise to wield my sword as well, and I wait for the day when I can be worthy of Shadow's style. I will be stronger for my sister, for the kingdom, and for you. Alexia left the room as soon as she did, a light blush running across her cheeks. What the hell had she said? Okay, he didn't hear me, right? He heard everything but didn't give it any importance. I stood up and yawned. I pretended to fall asleep, but I ended up falling asleep anyway. I had nothing to do right now. I got out of bed and removed the bandages from my chest. When I looked at the clock in the hospital, it was 6 o'clock. It's a bit late. It's best to go home. I wouldn't want to have an adventure to unwind, although being a shadowy figure bores me. I should think of more creative things. I'd better go outside and refresh my memory. My slime suit wrapped around my body and I climbed out the window. As soon as I stepped out, I felt something heavy fall on me. I fell to the ground. When I opened my eyes, I saw Delta above me. Bossu! Delta? Bossu, I'm here to give you a message from Alpha-sama. Alpha? I understand, but first, could you get off me? Oh, that's right, hee. Delta got off of me, and I stood up. My scent was like Delta again. Did she really come to give me the message, or did she come to call me again? What is the message about? Well, it's about the wedding. I'm sure you already know, but he asked me to let you know. By the way, why are you wearing your boss suit, Diso? Are you going hunting? Bossu? The wedding? Cough, cough. I mean, the wedding? Yes. The Bossu wedding. And it's 6 o'clock, right? Bossu? Oh, right. How could I forget? Shadow moved quickly as soon as I mentioned the last thing with the strangeness of Delta that he was doing. The wedding? How could I forget? Wait a minute. It's a fake wedding, isn't it? If so, it shouldn't be that surprising. But my clothes are dirty. I can't arrive like this. If I arrive as an eminence, will the girls accept it? No, if I arrive as an eminence, my reputation will be ruined. Using the image of an eminence at a wedding is not correct. The most correct thing is to use that of a mob. Shadow was moving forward with great speed looking for some outfit in all of Midgar. However, all the stores were closed. There was not one open anywhere. It's 6 o'clock. Why are they closed now? Is it a special day? I have no choice. I'll have to steal some outfit if I want to look presentable. But I can't do that. I haven't even showered and there's only half an hour left to go. I can't make it to the games. I finally found you, Shadow. Shadow received a sword attack, but he didn't notice because he was advancing. He involuntarily moved his arm, scratching his head. This action diverted the energy elsewhere. Huh! I thought I felt a little tickle on my arm. Just my imagination, I guess. Tisk, you're very clever. The masked man attacked Shadow from the front. Shadow would be surprised to see him. The clothes that guy is wearing are perfect. I'll take them, I like them. It fits me just fine. I can stretch it out with some slime. Now it's just time for me to take a bath. For the first time, I'll be using a large portion of my speed. I've always wanted the day to come when I could show off, but this time it's a bit strange. The subject was lying unconscious on the floor without clothes. Let's move forward. Shadow's legs began to release some of the purple mana heat accumulated in them. He barely leaped when the ground shattered, and he took a giant leap to cross Midgar's exit, traversing the entire length of it, and finding a water source to shower. I can't bathe at home. Nay-san would be waiting for me, so the only option is to do it in some nearby waterfall. But I don't have soap or shampoo. While Shadow was in the sky, he saw the Mitsugoshi market closed. I guess I can take it. Sorry, girls. Shadow changed direction to Mitsugoshi. He barely reached the door and stopped to avoid making a mess. He moved from side to side, searching for the bathroom products. Where are the products? I can't find them. Shadow moved around for a while trying to find them until he finally managed to find them. He smiled and his slime did the work, turning into thin tentacles that bypassed Mitsugoshi's defenses. He climbed up to the window and opened it. His tentacles gave him what he was looking for, and he immediately jumped out of the window. Products on hand. Now to find the next target. 14 minutes later. Shadow managed to find a waterfall after moving so much. When he fell to the ground, he sighed in exhaustion. Never before in my life had I run at this speed for so long, just looking for a lake. It was really well hidden, even though I turned around twice. The water is cold. And it's nighttime then. Shadow lit a fire in his hand, and his mana began to rise considerably. The entire surrounding area began to heat up, even the ground, from the heat that Shadow gave off. The water slowly began to evaporate until it became lukewarm. That's better. If I raise the temperature any further, I'll set the forest on fire. At least it's enough to keep me from getting sick, I guess. Shadow got rid of his slime suit and revealed his mob clothes. He started to take them off as well. He entered the lake. I guess it's not bad. I started scrubbing my body with the soap I'd stolen from the girls. I never thought I'd do this just for a wedding. It was really unexpected. I could have used slime as a costume. In fact, I was going to. But even I hate not bathing. Running into that guy was a coincidence, a lucky chance. I'll finish quickly and leave again. Teacher? As I turned around, I could see Zeta. How long has he been here? Wait a minute, shouldn't he be with Alpha? Zeta approached me and hugged me from behind. You smell like a wolf. Don't mark me. What are you doing here? You shouldn't be with Alpha and the others. Yes. But I'm not going. So I'm going to freshen up. How lazy. Aren't cats supposed to dislike water? I think Zeta is an exception. What are you doing here, teacher? Shouldn't you be at the wedding? I had some business to attend to, so I was a little late. I understand. Zeta got a little attached to me. He wouldn't let go at all. Master, shall I scrub your back? No. I have to go, it's almost time. I understand. Cid began to cool off. Zeta looked at the Excalibur in intrigue. It wasn't long before Cid finished what surprised Zeta. As soon as he finished, he put on his new suit and flew off in the direction of Mitsugoshi. Master, you left your clothes! Cid had already left. Zeta approached Cid's clothing. And she would take his clothes with a small blush, sniffing his clothes. The smell of the teacher. -7 minutes later. Shadow was in the skies until he reached Mitsugoshi's location and descended downwards. He instantly dissolved his slime. Welcome, Shadow-sama. The number who was in charge of watching the door together with Nu received Cid and opened the door. Nu took it upon himself to guide me. Where exactly was he planning to take me? Was it the rooftop? When Nu approached what was the back of Mitsugoshi, he looked at the one guarding the area. When she saw Cid, she understood and moved away from the place. As they advanced, just as Cid advanced, a great flash of light was seen. Oh really? As Cid walked forward, he caught a glimpse of Alpha with the wedding dress and bouquet. When she saw him, she looked away, somewhat embarrassed. Wait, wasn't this a simulation? All the numeros became excited and started shouting and applauding Shadow and Alpha's names. Lambda and the Shadows only applauded with a smile. Although the latter weren't entirely happy, they had to respect what was. When Cid started to approach Alpha, he noticed what was in the middle of him, which was Omega, who was acting as a father. Alpha, I think the acting got out of hand. A father too? I guess a wedding, even a fake one, must have a good resemblance. I never thought I'd use this old-fashioned method of marrying someone in my other life, much less an alpha or a shadow. Cid approached until he finally reached Alpha. The moment he arrived, he looked into her eyes. Alpha didn't notice, but she was dying inside. She couldn't keep her gaze on Cid because he was going to discover her, and besides, everyone would be looking at her. But if she didn't look at him directly, it was disrespectful. With her little strength, she looked at Cid, trying not to show what she felt. I am not sure what to say. Kai got upset and looked at Omega, who quickly came back to her senses and took the notebook she had saved and just looked at it to avoid embarrassment. Cough. We're all gathered together to celebrate this commemorative meeting between the two leaders of Shadow Garden, Shadow-sama and Alpha-sama. Shadow-sama. Do you accept Alpha-sama as your lawful wife and promise to be with her always? Hey! Omega looked at Shadow staring at her. She thought he was angry and Omega would get nervous. It's a fake wedding, damn it, Omega. Kia! Is this a royal wedding? Wait, this isn't a royal wedding, it's. Shadow didn't finish thinking what he said and was kissed by Alpha. He was surprised by Alpha's action and they all screamed with excitement. I didn't even say anything about my script. Kai hit his head looking at his partner, but at the same time happy for both. Even if this is a fake relationship, I'll be by your side. Huh! I guess me too. Nu approached with the ring and gave it to Cid, who approached and opened the box. This moment as a mob is important even if it is false. I did not think that the day would come where I would ask for a person's hand. I will practice according to what I saw in animes. Cid approached Alpha and put the ring on her. This action made Alpha unable to take it anymore and blush extremely, turning her gaze without being able to watch as Cid put the ring on her finger. Memories invaded her mind, the boy who saved her, the boy who gave her everything, the boy who gave her the wisdom of the shadows now. He would be with her even though this wasn't real. She took it special because the fact of having chosen her didn't allow her to describe what she felt in those moments. The boss got married? Delta entered through the door, and when she saw Cid and Alpha she smiled and shouted with excitement. We will be the strongest clan, we will have the strongest children. That won't happen. Aurora route/I. If Cid-san says it's delicious then yes. I ordered cotton candy, which even I was surprised this world had. Technology here certainly advances when I least expect it. Sometimes girls' inventions are interesting. Elisabeth-san tried the special Mitsugoshi brand cotton candy. Amazing, the taste is also very good and the design is curious and soft. I should save some for Mary-san to try too. Unfortunately, it's not possible. Cotton candy will harden and lose its flavor. But we can ask for an additional one covered in plastic so you can keep it for whoever you decide to give it to. Why yes. Cid took a coated cotton candy and gave it to Elisabeth, who happily took it. Elisabeth, in turn, saw another candy stand. That's it. Do you want to go? Yeah. The line is long, but it's okay. Cid and Elisabeth lined up where a large machine was creating candies. The candies were certainly Elisabeth's new weakness, who had now somehow fallen in love with them. Cid noticed a strange presence among the people. An old man of a certain shape. His hand was strange, indicating that he was dead. Cid approached him, leaving Elisabeth in the line. It's time for you to come back, sir. Hey, you're right. I guess I've had a lot of fun here. Thanks, young man. The old man disappeared from my sight. It certainly reminds me of those animes when someone dies and their soul says goodbye in that way. It was intriguing. What do you like your candy, miss? I would like it in vampire form. A vampire-shaped candy coming out. Elisabeth watched the candy-making process, fascinated. This world was offering her more and more interesting things. Cid, on the other hand, noticed this and decided to leave Elisabeth to check on Aurora. Violet-san? Cid-kun, weren't you with Elisabeth-san? She's busy with the candy procedure. I thought I'd check on you to see how you were doing. Are you playing? Yes. although I haven't managed to hit any shots. Your posture is incorrect, I'll tell you how to do it. Cid took the rifle that Aurora had and pointed it at the toy that was there. You have to raise your elbows a little and get into this position. Both eyes open, and if you focus your senses with the help of mana, this is simple. Gravity is important. Cid shot all 5 targets and managed to knock down one of the plush toys that was in the main queue as a reward. The game owner gave Cid the choice of winning the plush toy or any of the other prizes, which included a special Mitsugoshi membership card that allowed him to order a free meal combo at Mr. Donald's. There was also a stylish outfit and some innovative sweets. I could order the special Mr. Donald's combo, but the suit wouldn't be bad. The John Smith suit I had is torn, but I could use that one instead of the old one I had, or I could even use another identity. What should I choose? Cid remained thoughtful for a few minutes while Aurora watched curiously as Cid looked thoughtful. After this, the vendor said the following words. Congratulations, you have received the special Mitsugoshi brand plush. Hey! When our customers take 2 minutes to answer their question, we take into account that they will choose randomly, so your prize is this Mitsugoshi plush. I hope you enjoy it. The seller handed the stuffed animal to Cid who, with great pain, reluctantly accepted it with his gaze downcast. It's not even good for selling. What the hell is this system? Era, Cid-kun? Cid turned to Aurora and showed her the stuffed animal. Huh! Is it for me? Cid-kun. Aurora took the stuffed animal. As she did so, a warmth filled her chest. How strange, why does my heart feel this way? Even if it's a gift, this is. Meanwhile, Cid lay in the corner scratching the floor depressed. Elisabeth arrived with Cid and Aurora, who were chatting a little. Come back. Did you finish your candy? Yes. I also tried the okonomiyaki and I loved the sauce. I see you don't waste time with tastings. I think it's time to help the spirits. Yes, I agree. Me too, but before that, I'd like to have a second duel with Aurora-san. Era? A duel between Violet-san and Queen Elisabeth? It would certainly be interesting. They're both very strong, and I can feel it in their very selves. But a duel between them at the festival would be too catastrophic. Let's play the game of catching more fish with the net. Whoever catches more fish wins. Good. It seems that both of you are having fun. In that case, I will separate a bit and continue searching for spirits on my own. Some time later. I spent some time searching for spirits around the place and found practically nothing. I guess there are no more? I was about to return to the girls. When I got back, I noticed that none of them had won yet. Apparently, the nets were breaking before they caught the fish. They didn't control their power well, and whenever they tried to catch a fish, they would accidentally break it first. Cid-kun, you're back. Could you help us with some advice? Try not to use too much force when using the net. When you're about to catch a fish, you tend to overdo it. The nets are sensitive, so patience and tolerance are required in these games. Cid did a test, showing Aurora and Elisabeth how it was done. Both paid attention to Cid's words and obeyed. The game continued, and both Aurora and Elisabeth ended in a tie. The game ended for both sides. How strange, I would have loved for these games and themes to be from the time I lived in. It's so much fun, something I could have enjoyed with my friends when I was in the lawless city, but they're gone now. And now the spirits. You can always make new friends, it's never too late to start a new path. You have plenty of time. A single human would have very little time. I would recommend that you value your time. You're right, Cid-kun, but I don't think anyone wants to be friends with someone like me, not after what happened. What can I do? In that case, we can be friends. Really? I don't see a problem with that. Even Cid-kun can join, can't he? You're right. The three of us can be friends. Friends? Elisabeth shed some tears to the surprise of Cid and Aurora, who looked at the scene with shock. I'm sorry, it's just that. No one has ever said these words to me. It's okay. Take it easy. Let's continue the festival. Yeah. We need to stop the spirits. Some, even if they have no hostile intentions, may become hostile if they spend too much time here. For now, they are calmed by the festival atmosphere. However, as soon as the festival is over, the spirits that do not leave could become mostly hostile. Prolonging the wait would only make them feel empty. Others might chase you alive out of loneliness, and others might hurt you out of revenge or envy. In that case, we can split into groups. The three of us should split up to cover more space. If we find a spirit, let's expel it discreetly so the living don't notice. The time limit will be until the fireworks. Wow, Cid-kun, that's a good idea. But won't Elisabeth get lost? No problem. I can locate his mana with my atomic radar ability. Atomic radar? You never cease to amaze me, hee hee. Okay, let's go. Cid-kun is amazing at gliding to help the spirits, his gentle heart is wonderful. I actually did it to improve the shadow Eminence scenario. Come on, ma'am, you have to go back to where you came from. Hey, I know. I guess I already enjoyed being in this place a lot. I'm glad to know that my grandchildren are living happy and healthy lives with my children. That makes me happy. Thank you very much, young lady, you are very kind. Elisabeth smiled at the kind old woman's words and accompanied her until she finally disappeared on her own. Mother? What's up, kiddo? I can't find my mom, she was with me. Come with me. The light is this way, your mom is waiting for you. Thank you, miss. Aurora walked with the little boy to a small light which appeared. In the eyes of the child who found hope, it began to fade slowly. Thank you, miss. Take care of yourself and your mom. Aren't you coming too? Sorry, little one, my home is a little further away, but don't worry, I'll be leaving soon too, so take care of yourself. Yeah. Where are you? Can I help you with anything? I just can't find it. Are you looking for a relative of yours? I'll help you find it. I can't find that bastard. That cheating bastard broke my heart 100 years ago. He ruined my life. That was 100 years ago. Isn't he dead now? If you stay in this place any longer, you'll start to affect the other spirits. Violet San and Elisabeth had arrived. The three of us fought the spirit, which began to wreak havoc. I only used a little magic to stop and block its attacks without hurting her. Her intentions weren't hostile. She was just venting her anger. If she continues like this, we can probably talk to her. He betrayed me, I can try to understand your pain. I too was betrayed hundreds of years ago by the person I trusted most. I don't remember anything from my past, but I can know that my inner self suffered greatly. Negative feelings are still new to me, but it's better to leave all the memories that only cause pain behind and continue moving forward. Only we can get out of that pain. If I could, I know that someone who understands that pain better can too. The girl's mana began to decrease and her appearance returned to her senses with some tears. I'm sorry for all the mess I caused. It doesn't matter. I'll be back, thanks for helping me. The soul had disappeared and with it all the souls returned to where they originally belong. Fireworks are beautiful. That one has your form, Cid-kun. Really? I never thought the sky could light up so beautifully. Actually, in my old life, I learned about fireworks on the internet, but I also learned about rockets and other pyrotechnic instruments in foreign places. They seemed fun, but their explosion range was sometimes equal to a TNT or a grenade, which in my world would destroy your hand. But now I guess I could try playing a little. Hey! What are you doing, Cid-kun? This was known as the Devil's Dynamite. Cid formed with his magic a demon head the size of a human head. Seeing the appearance, Aurora and Elisabeth were a little surprised by the design and looked at it for a few moments. And what does that do? This is usually thrown on holidays. With the help of a lighter or match and lighting the fire from the lighter, it is thrown. But there have been countless accidents of people losing limbs or dying because they did not throw them away in time. That doesn't sound a bit dangerous? Nah, not for me. Wanna try? But I don't want that thing to blow my hand off. I'm wondering the same. It won't. Just throw it as far away as possible as soon as I light the lighter. Even if something happens, I can see the explosion beforehand and I'll seal it without a problem. Well, in that case I'll try. First Aurora-san. Hey. Okay. Let's go, Violet-san. If I lose my arm, nothing will happen. Oh, okay. Okay, Violet-san, hold the demon head. Aurora took the demon head with a little trembling while Cid materialized a lighter. When I say 3, you throw it. Understood. 1, 2, 3. Cid lit the lighter and Aurora threw her head with force. The head was thrown so far that it was lost in the sky. You threw it too hard. But you said I'll throw it with all my might. I meant to throw it a few meters. Okay, no problem. Let's move on to the next one. Cid materialized another devil's head and handed it to Aurora, who looked at the head again, slightly sweating. Not only did it look a bit odd, but the idea of losing a limb wasn't very appealing. Was this a game? Throw it 500 meters. 1, 2, 3. Cid lit the lighter and Aurora threw the dynamite with less force, approximately 510 meters to the ground. Hey! No. The head thundered and caused an explosion that released a small amount of smoke and left a crater. A loud whistle echoed throughout the room, and Aurora, Elisabeth, and Cid covered their ears in pain. Oh! It sounds horrible! Cid used his magic to heal his ears and those of both girls, removing the pain. Hey! The noise. Was it interesting? But you could have done it before. If it doesn't hurt your ears, it's not worth it. What kind of game is that? Your turn, Elisabeth-san. Oh, okay. Another head was generated, and Elisabeth held the same head I gave her. 1, 2, 3. Elisabeth-san threw her head away as soon as it happened, both of them covering their ears. The sound didn't take long to appear and resonated throughout the place. It hurts even when you cover your ears. And you haven't even seen the rocket that lit up the night in today. That? It was beautiful to see, but I went blind for 4 days when I did it with my magic trying to replicate it. That is. Shall I do it? No, that's enough, thank you. Was this really common where you lived, Cid Kagenou? If we did it every New Year's Eve or at events. In that case, I wouldn't mind staying a bit to see what it was like. Oh, really? If you can show me more about the next event. I'm wondering the same. Cid gave a small smile and nodded. In that case, will the 3 of us do it? If I don't see the problem. That's how it is. I should go. Mary-san must be worried about me. See you. Cid Kagenou, Aurora-san. See you, Elisabeth-san. See you, Elisabeth-san. Before I forget it. Elisabeth approached Cid, and to the latter's surprise her lips and Cid's met. A small kiss was formed between them. Thank you. Elisabeth left the scene and disappeared with a smile. Aurora, who saw the scene, crossed her arms and looked away. What was that? I must say goodbye too, Cid Kagenou. Are you leaving, Violet-san? I would like to stay longer, but my soul cannot remain in this place any longer. I understand. It was fun. Aurora approached Cid and gave him a kiss, surprising Cid. We'll see each other again soon. And that's how the ghost event ended. How strange, why do I feel like I'm hearing Cid's voice? Claire got up from her bed while she touched her lips with some confusion. Without taking much importance, she returned to bed and slept, hugging her Cid's stuffed animal with herself that he had reluctantly given her with his saved money. Christmas special. I was eating at the McDonald's restaurant. The hamburger really had a flavor that somehow reminded me a little of the old hamburgers I used to eat in my other life. It's certainly not bad. The best thing is that I have a discount thanks to the girls who apparently manage this kind of business. Normally I wouldn't give myself the freedom to buy such expensive meals to save as much as possible and buy my collections like an Eminence in the shadows. But thanks to the girls I was able to enjoy this luxury. It's true, it's December, Christmas is almost here. In my previous life, it was always celebrated on December 25th without exception. I don't have good memories of Christmas. Since I was a child, I always asked the one they called Santa Claus or Father Christmas, who grants the gifts you ask for in exchange for being a good child and doing good deeds. He never brought me the only gift I asked him for my whole life until I died, to be the eminence in the shadows, to discover magic, to have power. He granted me nothing. I tried to change my wish and settle for something, and I received nothing but gifts from my parents. Certainly that story of Santa Claus brings me horrible memories, therefore I do not like Christmas itself. Excuse me for interrupting, sir. Would you like to order anything else? A waitress approached me in a friendly manner to ask if I wanted to order anything else. Up until now I only ordered the simple combo. A medium hamburger, some small fries, and a medium soda. The price was originally 7 silver coins. But I got a discount thanks to the girls, only 2, I'm certainly surprised. Should I order something else? I think I'm satisfied with this. I could order a small dessert, but I certainly don't plan on spending more. Cid's attention was diverted to a small family that was eating at a table in front of him. That family was a father, a mother, and a girl of approximately 7 years old, along with an 11-year-old boy who was the brother of that little girl. Mother, when are we going to open the presents? Asked the child with such curiosity that his attitude gave him away completely. We'll open them as soon as Christmas starts. Why do I want to open them now? The girl expressed with clear disgust at her mother's words. We can't yet, we have to wait until December 25th. Come on, don't get discouraged. What if after eating we go to the park to spend some time? Said the father, trying to liven up the atmosphere, getting both children to cheer up. And? Okay, in that case, finish eating first and then go. Yes, father! Yes, father! I watched for a few moments as that family spent Christmas together. I really didn't like Christmas because it brought back bad memories. Another year of my life without achieving my goal, and that fat, smelly Santa Claus never brought me my only wish. But when I see families spending time and living together, I guess it's a good pastime for others. In my old life we used to celebrate Christmas spending time with family. It wasn't something out of this world. What I liked the most was that my parents bought expensive things and I could take advantage of it to order something or have something cool. Although they are no longer here. That's right, my parents are no longer with me. Although I don't dislike my current parents, after all, I live in a family where we lack nothing. I prefer that to living poor. Also, I can earn a little more money. My mother worries about me. Sometimes she even hits me when I'm late and punishes me. My father is just doing his job after all. Perhaps I would have liked to spend one last Christmas with my old family before leaving? It's a wish I never considered before, after all, but past is past. Mister? I guess sometimes I need to pamper myself after all. It doesn't hurt to reward myself for my own merits for a day. I think I'll order dessert. Oh, in that case we'll wait patiently for your choice. I looked at the food menu once more, looking through the options at the various dishes there were. There were various types of chocolates to some cakes of various different flavors. I was undecided about which one to choose. Could I choose chocolate? Its flavor is quite light and it's delicious. Plus it doesn't consume many calories and it's fine. It's Christmas. Technically we are in autumn dates, although I think my choice is a bit predictable. The cake certainly looks delicious, but I don't think it's necessary for me to eat so much. After all, I just want a little dessert to end my appetite. I've decided. It's best to choose the mini strawberry/chocolate cupcake. It's small, it doesn't fill you up much, and it has a mix of interesting flavors. I'll order the mini cupcake and another cup of coffee. The waitress took my order and proceeded to leave. I sat waiting for my order while I was thoughtful. My doubts began to fade as soon as I saw a beautiful blue-haired elf enter the store where I was. Said elf had her hair tied back in a long, multiple braid. She also had glasses with her and was wearing a uniform somewhat similar to the school's. Her tights were dark and a little long with elegant shoes. As soon as she looked at me, she had looked away. Could it be that I did something? Well, that doesn't matter. Sorry for the delay. Here we have your cupcake and the cup of coffee you ordered. That waitress gave me the cupcake and the cup of coffee in a kind manner at the table where I was sitting. I thanked her kindly for the food and I got ready to take the cupcake with my hand. I took a bite. It's good. Its flavor wasn't bad. It actually tasted very good, really good. I ate a little of my cupcake while drinking some of the coffee I had next to me. Time started to pass. When least expected, I finished eating, paid the bill and left MC Ronald's. When I left I noticed that the sky turned cloudy. Naturally this meant that snow was about to approach, although that was more speculation than affirmation. After all, there were days when it snowed, others when it didn't. Everything depended on the weather at the place. I started walking. Now where should I go? I've already eaten my lunch and a little dessert. Should I look for activities like mob or eminence? As I advanced, a voice caught my attention behind me. When I turned to see the person who had called me from behind, it was that elf with blue hair that I had seen enter before. Hello, Shadow-sama. Epsilon greeted nervously before his master, who upon hearing his voice immediately recognized Epsilon. Hey Epsilon, why are you dressed like that? I asked Epsilon curiously. Today I had to show off my piano skills at an academy, so I dressed up for the occasion this morning. I mentioned Epsilon. I understand. What are you doing here, Shadow-sama? Well, I was just eating and spending some time around these dates after all, so I decided to take a little break from my duties. I understand. This could be my chance to take advantage. Shadow-sama is free. I could go ahead of Beta and brag to him about spending time with Shadow-sama. Ha ha ha, just thinking about the face he'll make. As Shadow-sama. If it's okay with you, can I join you? I don't have much to do either, and I'm looking for a hobby. I thought maybe. Sure, that's fine. Really? Yes, I don't see any problem. Spending time with Epsilon isn't a bad idea. After all, Christmas is to be with those you consider close, whether they are colleagues, friends, or family. Even I knew about it. Besides, I haven't spent time with girls in a while. So it wouldn't be bad to spend some time with one. I have no idea what to do. I advanced on my way while Epsilon followed me. Some people stared at us. Maybe they recognized Epsilon, after all he was someone popular. As soon as I looked away, Epsilon took my arm and put it on his chest. Epsilon applied the cliché move. Take the arm of the person you love the most without hesitation. Cid analyzed the amount of slime. Result 99%. Epsilon's control over slime is incredible. It almost seems like her advantage is real. I should take notes. Even I'm not as talented as her with slime making, though I wonder why Epsilon uses so much slime every day. Is it some kind of training or cover-up? I'll give her points for creativity. Shadow-sama, it seems you know a lot about Christmas. Something like that. Do you have any idea about that custom? Well, I understand that Christmas is usually a date that is celebrated every year. At least that's how I see it. Every December 25th people open the gifts that their relatives prepare. After all, it is a family tradition that is celebrated for years. Sometimes if you're lucky it snows and you can make snowmen as a response. You can also ask for gifts from a certain Santa Claus who brings them to the children who behaved well, otherwise he brings them coal. I understand. Can the gift thing also be applied to friendships? Yes, for everyone, I understand. And? Although personally, I don't like Christmas. Why, Shadow-sama? I just have my reasons. I see Shadow-sama may not have had a satisfactory Christmas due to his duties as a leader, or even his family does not celebrate it properly. Despite this, he cares about us and always works so hard. Shadow-sama is as cool as ever. Damn you, Santa Claus, you rotten bastard. I think I should give him something after all. I never considered before that the years I've spent in my life by his side have been beautiful. Being with him gives a purpose to my life. And I haven't thanked him even a little for what he does. I should definitely give him something. After walking for a while with Epsilon at my side, I decided the next destination would be a bookstore. While it seemed like the main purpose was simply to find something to read, it was actually an excellent opportunity to gather information on Christmas traditions or possible activities I could use for my operations as an eminence in the shadows, or perhaps practice some mob fu arts to distract myself for a few moments in my free time. Do you like books, Epsilon? I asked calmly as we entered the place. Yes, Shadow-sama, although I spend most of my time training or fulfilling my duties, sometimes I enjoy reading about music and art, Epsilon replied, with his usual refined tone and a slight blush on his cheeks. Do you have any favorite genre, Shadow-sama? I guess books on tactics and strategy have their value, but I also find tales of dark heroes operating in the shadows to save the world interesting. It's inspiring. Epsilon's face lit up. Her teacher was showing, even a little, his personal tastes, and for her, each word was like a valuable treasure. After all, for Epsilon there was no better gift in this world than spending Christmas with the person who had saved her. So Shadow-sama likes books of tactics and strategies, but also tales of dark heroes. It's great. As we explored the bookstore, I noticed how Epsilon carefully selected book after book, evidently thinking about something beyond just reading. Epsilon, why are you so interested in those cookbooks? It's just I thought maybe I could learn how to make something special for this time of year. There was a slight silence as I analyzed her answer. On one hand, she was right after all, making special meals to spend time with loved ones was a reason. At the same time, it wasn't wrong to allow them to enjoy these festivities in a way they considered meaningful. I still have to spend Christmas with Nei-san and my family soon, so it wouldn't be wrong to advise Epsilon to spend Christmas with his own. I understand, then good luck with that after all. Yes, Shadow-sama. I'll do my best not to disappoint you. After leaving the bookstore, we ended up at a Christmas market filled with lights, decorations, and small stalls selling everything from food to handmade ornaments. Shadow-sama, do you think humans celebrate these festivities for pure pleasure or because they wish to prove something to others? Epsilon's question took me a little by surprise. It's probably a combination of both. Christmas is an excuse to share moments, but also to maintain an image. In the end, everyone interprets the holiday as best suits them. Epsilon nodded with a thoughtful look as her attention shifted to a stand selling Christmas decorations. She pointed with her right hand to a small snowman figure that was on a nearby stand. This reminds me a little of you, Shadow-sama. Huh? Why? Because it looks simple at first glance, but it holds enormous power and presence. It's enchanting. Is that your logic? Well, I can't deny that it makes a bit of sense, simplicity, but you hide great power and knowledge. Plays the roles I usually play. Although if I had to tell you something else about Christmas. Humans tend to seek moments of connection and purpose. For some, Christmas is an excuse to be with loved ones, for others, it may simply be an empty tradition, but overall, I think the intention is positive, sharing, giving, and remembering important things. Epsilon looked at Cid with admiration, probably analyzing each word as if it were a valuable life lesson. I see, so that means Christmas can be whatever each person decides to make of it, but normally those are the customs. Shadow-sama, have you ever received a meaningful gift during this time? I remembered those years in my old life where the Christmas gifts did not meet my expectations. Nothing of what I received compared with my true desire to become an eminence in the shadows. I think that I did not appreciate what they gave me in my previous life because in those years I was obsessed with my dream. In this life I have received gifts, but it is not something significant, although I do appreciate a little more now that I have the power that I sought, the intentions of my family, but I did not usually receive great gifts. After all, my sister was the one who received them for her effort, and being the heir. Not exactly. Gifts weren't something I particularly valued. However, I can say that moments with my family had a certain value in my life. Epsilon looked moved. Perhaps she interpreted her master as speaking of some sort of nostalgia or regret, when in fact he was merely stating a simple truth. Understood, Shadow-sama. So, do you think a gift should represent something more than its material value? Maybe the important thing is not the object, but the intention behind it, but of course, it depends on each person. For a few moments, Epsilon remained thoughtful. Her determination seemed to strengthen. Shadow-sama, I'm sure that one day you will receive a gift that you will truly appreciate. I noticed how her eyes shone with a mixture of excitement and conviction. Although I had no idea what was going through her mind, I decided not to delve further into the subject. The holidays weren't really my priority. I guess we'll see, Epsilon. Now, is there anything else you'd like to do? Well, if it's not too much trouble, could we walk a little further? I want to enjoy this atmosphere with you, Shadow-sama. I saw no reason to refuse, so I nodded and we continued walking through the Christmas market, surrounded by lights and the laughter of passers-by. Although I wasn't a big fan of these festivities, I couldn't deny that there was something peculiarly pleasant about the atmosphere. Maybe, just maybe, Christmas wasn't as bad as I remembered. Some seek to enjoy the moment with their loved ones, while others try to show some happiness, success, or even simple conformity with traditions. But in the end, I think everyone finds their own reason to celebrate these dates was an idea I had about Christmas. For a moment silence reigned between us as we walked through the market. The lights shone brightly and the snow began to fall lightly, covering the ground with a faint white blanket. Shadow-sama. Epsilon broke the silence with a more timid tone. If you had the chance to receive a gift this Christmas, what would you like? The question was unexpected, but it didn't completely surprise me. Epsilon had always been perceptive and looked for ways to approach me, although most of the time her intentions were shrouded in discretion. I thought for a moment before answering. I'm not someone who needs gifts, but if I had to choose something, maybe it would be something that inspires me, something I can use for some ideas wouldn't be bad. Epsilon nodded, with a mixture of admiration and determination in his gaze. It was evident that he had taken note of my words, probably with the intention of finding the perfect gift. His intentions were like an open book. It wasn't necessary for Epsilon to focus on giving me something, but if that's what she wants, I must reciprocate her feelings. It would be rude of me to act so early, especially when faced with a gift from a person. Shadow-sama is always so dedicated to his mission, it's impossible not to admire him. I'll do anything to find something worthy of him. As we continued exploring the market, a small stall caught our attention. It was selling hand-carved figures of different mythical and heroic creatures. One in particular caught my interest, a figure of a guy with dark armor. It used to remind me of those video game characters that I used to watch in my old life. Wrapped in a black cape with a posture that emanated both power and mystery, I think I have a role-player side that I never knew. Oh yeah, that would look excellent in my Eminence room, although maybe I could make some adjustments to improve it. I could try to copy it with the help of slime, or as in my old life they used to say, repair the toy. Are you interested in this figure, young man? Asked the seller, an old man with a kind voice. It represents the guardian of shadows, a protector who acts silently to preserve the balance of the world. It is inspired by one of Natsum Kafka's stories. In one of the beta stories? It makes sense. I told him a story on Halloween about a dark night, which was very much inspired by my vision of being in Eminence. Ah, that comic brings back memories. If I could read it again. For a brief moment, I felt a connection with that figure. It wasn't common for something so trivial to capture my attention, but there was something about it that seemed to resonate with me. Before I could respond, Epsilon intervened. It's perfect for Shadow-sama, he said with a smile. I'll have one, please. The old man nodded and began to wrap the figure while Epsilon took some coins from his bag. I watched silently, allowing him to complete the purchase. Perhaps this Christmas would not be so unpleasant after all, hee. With the figure in Epsilon's hands and the snow falling harder, we decided to end our walk. Although I wouldn't admit it openly, spending time with Epsilon on this occasion made me reflect. Maybe Christmas wasn't just another date I had to endure, but an opportunity to enjoy simple moments, even if it was in a modest way. When Santa Claus doesn't ruin Christmas, it can be interesting. I think that next Christmas I will focus on a plot taking advantage of this celebration so eagerly awaited by people. A Christmas monster? Sounds interesting. Thanks for joining me, Epsilon. I guess today has been interesting, I said with a neutral but sincere tone as we said goodbye at an intersection. Honestly, I had never received a gift before that was planned and something that I wanted. Normally I received gifts galore. Most of them were gifts that I expected or didn't surprise me. On this occasion, I think. Thank you, Shadow-sama. I hope this Christmas is special for you, he replied with a slight bow before leaving and a greeting with a warm smile. I held my gift-wrapped figure. Somehow, I could not only feel the gift but also the intentions. This was a nice gesture. With the streets getting emptier and the cold getting worse, I headed home. I didn't know exactly why, but something inside me felt a little lighter. Maybe, just maybe, there was more to Christmas than I used to think. With the sound of my footsteps echoing on the snow, I reached the entrance to the Kagenou family home. The figurine I held now seemed like a reminder of everything that had happened that day. I hadn't expected a simple figurine to stir such complex thoughts about Christmas in me. As I opened the door, the warm glow of the fireplace immediately greeted me. The aroma of cooking food filled the air, and the soft glow of Christmas lights adorned the room, giving it a different atmosphere than what I was used to at home. "Welcome, Cid Kagenou," my mother greeted me with a smile, while my father looked up from his place on the couch. "Wow, you're late, son. Did you enjoy the market?" my father asked, though his tone was somewhat indifferent, as was his custom. "I enjoyed the market." Naysan was in the kitchen. As soon as I approached her, she turned around and didn't let me see what was on the other side for no apparent reason. Cid, you came back too soon, didn't you?" My sister looked at me with a slightly sinister smile. "What are you hiding behind, Naysan?" "Nothing important, just help our parents with the decorations." "But..." Naysan showed his frown. At such an answer I got nervous and my body started to tremble. I affirmed his request and left the kitchen. Uff. Claire breathed a sigh of relief as she thought about it. She was trying to cook something for her brother because it was a special day, along with a gift she had prepared for him. She was unsure about what food to make. She had a cooking book to guide her specifically. After helping my parents with the decorations, I sat on the couch while trying to relax a little. The atmosphere in the house was warm and cozy. Time passed and the clock in the house began to ring, marking the exact time in which Christmas dinner was supposed to be, and then open the presents. Before, I was excited when we had to open the presents because I could always ask Santa Claus as a gift my dream of being the Eminence in the shadows. Now it does not cause me the same expectation as before. Claire appeared from the kitchen. The black-haired woman with crimson eyes was holding a covered plate, her eyes shining with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. It was obvious she was nervous about the food, though she tried to hide it with a smile as she stood in front of everyone. "This," Naysan said, placing a covered plate in front of me. "I made it for you, Cid. I hope you like it." I looked at the plate, which contained something that looked quite appetizing, although I couldn't help but notice how nervous Naysan seemed. Why was she like that? Well, who cares, I really want to eat. Although this doesn't have poison, right? Maybe it has poison because it was missing on last Christmas. Is the risk worth it? "It looks good," I answered while looking at Naysan with a smile. She just looked away with an annoyed expression, but I continued with my smile despite that. Naysan let out a sigh, and although she tried to stay serious, a small smile appeared on her face. "You two are so adorable," my mother said with a smile on her face, receiving an affirmation from my father, tilting his head up and down. "Naysan, you are the best. Your food is amazing." That's what you think," Claire answered with a small blush on her cheeks, but noticing her parents' happy look, she stomped hard on Cid. "Oh. It hurts, Naysan. Why did you do dash? I told you to eat more slowly. Come on, I'll help you." "Huh!" Naysan covered my mouth while I brought my head closer to hers. She stepped on me harder as a sign that she wouldn't continue talking anymore. What the buck is wrong with her? She brought her mouth close to my ear and whispered a few words. "Don't flatter me in front of my parents, it's embarrassing." "Hm?" I tried to speak, but she kept covering my mouth. "Is something wrong? Does Cid still have food stuck?" My mother answered with concern, but Naysan just smiled and answered. "No, it seems like it's over now. It was just something small." "I see, thank goodness. You are such a good sister, Claire, for taking care of Cid," my mother expressed with relief, and Naysan only denied those words with a smile. Naysan came closer to me again and whispered in my ear again. "I'm sorry, and I'm glad you liked my food." She stopped squeezing me and I started breathing heavily. Damn, what kind of apology was that? Did Naysan want to hurt me? Damn. Not even at Christmas can I let my guard down. I think I should learn to always have a contingency plan in extreme cases. After helping my parents with the decorations, I sat on the couch while trying to relax a little. The atmosphere in the house was warm and cozy. Time passed and the clock in the house began to ring, marking the exact time in which Christmas dinner was supposed to be, and then open the presents. Before, I was excited when we had to open the presents because I could always ask Santa Claus as a gift my dream of being the Eminence in the shadows. Now it does not cause me the same expectation as before. Claire appeared from the kitchen. The black-haired woman with crimson eyes was holding a covered plate, her eyes shining with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. It was obvious she was nervous about the food, though she tried to hide it with a smile as she stood in front of everyone. "This," Nasan said, placing a covered plate in front of me. "I made it for you, Cid. I hope you like it." I looked at the plate, which contained something that looked quite appetizing, although I couldn't help but notice how nervous Nasan seemed. Why was she like that? Well, who cares? I really want to eat. Although this doesn't have poison, right? Maybe it has poison because it was missing on last Christmas. Is the risk worth it? It looks good, I answered while looking at Nasan with a smile. She just looked away with an annoyed expression, but I continued with my smile despite that. Nasan let out a sigh, and although she tried to stay serious, a small smile appeared on her face. "You two are so adorable," my mother said with a smile on her face, receiving an affirmation from my father, tilting his head up and down. "Nasan, you are the best. Your food is amazing." That's what you think," Claire answered with a small blush on her cheeks, but noticing her parents' happy look, she stomped hard on Cid. "Oh, it hurts, Nasan. Why did you do dash? I told you to eat more slowly. Come on, I'll help you." "Huh!" Nasan covered my mouth while I brought my head closer to hers. She stepped on me harder as a sign that she wouldn't continue talking anymore. What the buck is wrong with her? She brought her mouth close to my ear and whispered a few words. "Don't flatter me in front of my parents, it's embarrassing." "Hm?" I tried to speak, but she kept covering my mouth. "Is something wrong? Does Cid still have food stuck?" My mother answered with concern, but Nasan just smiled and answered, "No, it seems like it's over now. It was just something small." "I see, thank goodness. You are such a good sister, Claire, for taking care of Cid," my mother expressed with relief, and Nasan only denied those words with a smile. Nasan came closer to me again and whispered in my ear again, "I'm sorry, and I'm glad you liked my food." She stopped squeezing me and I started breathing heavily. Damn, what kind of apology was that? Did Nasan want to hurt me? Damn. Not even at Christmas can I let my guard down. I think I should learn to always have a contingency plan in extreme cases. We all continued our meal appetizingly. What I like about special dates is when my parents treat themselves to a luxury meal. Certainly this would be quite expensive if I tried to eat this for one day. Plus the gifts. I must admit that Christmas is not as bad as it seems. After we all finished dinner and gave thanks for the food, Nasan helped my mom wash the dirty dishes. I helped clear the table and with some other things along with my father to finish everything ready as soon as possible. Time passed, everything was ready and midnight arrived. Right at this time was when the presents had to be opened. Previously I pretended to be sleepy, but Nasan woke me up so I wouldn't fall asleep. But when she looked at me with that look, I felt fear and I preferred not to continue playing that way. The clock struck midnight, and my mother smiled warmly, raising a glass of wine that my father had given her. She insisted on drinking something else, but my father's insistence that she drink even a little because it was a special date finally convinced her. "It's time for presents, Cid Kagenou," my father said in his gentle, kind tone. The excitement in his voice was contagious. Even if Christmas no longer held the same excitement as before, there was a part of me that still found a certain amusement in the ceremony, even though I knew the gifts I would receive weren't exactly what I dreamed of. The life of the Eminence in the shadows was a much more complex matter. Anyway, it was an event for my character as a mob, so I wasn't going to waste it. Besides, I don't mind being given free stuff. Who should go first? My father asked, but my mother hit him in the abdomen with her elbow while smiling. "Cid, Claire, do either of you two want to start first?" We both watched the scene with a drop of sweat, but we decided not to take it too seriously in that case. I wasn't in a hurry to open my gift, so I gave my turn to Nasan. From among the gifts they had, she chose the one I had given her. Thank goodness I had a discount, but it still hurts me to spend during the holidays. Why do I have to do it? I could have saved all that money. Since it's necessary for the plot. I felt a little down. Nei-san looked at the gift for a few moments and analyzed it thoroughly. The wait was so long that my father couldn't help but speak. Claire, could you open the present? Not yet. But Claire, we have to open the presents, could you? No. Nei-san, father is right? Could you open the present? Nei-san watched me for a few moments and finally decided to accept. That had been faster than I thought. She began to open the gift until finally completely tearing the Christmas paper. The gift had turned out to be a special brown Mitsugoshi brand sweater. The girls had given me a discount, so that expensive sweater cost me the same as a normal one. It still seemed expensive, but I had to give something away, otherwise I would look bad in front of everyone. I regretted. I hate Christmas. Claire looked at the sweater for a few moments and looked at Cid. She leaned to the side and smiled while a small blush appeared on her cheeks. She turned around again and smiled. Thank you, Cid. It's nothing, Nei-san. Spending your allowance to buy me something is something I really appreciate. Actually, that wasn't from my allowance. Claire smiled and tried on the brown sweater her brother brought her. The sweater fit her perfectly. She couldn't contain her excitement and hugged Cid, who, feeling Claire's strength, made a face of suffering from the force exerted. Realizing what Claire was doing, she moved away from Cid and he fell to the ground breathing heavily. The two of them are so cute together. We have such cute children, don't you think? My mother looked at my father, who nodded with a smile. Next, it's you, Cid. My father mentioned my name and I approached. There were 3 gifts. One was from my mother, another from my father, and another from Nei-san. Nei-san looked at me fixedly. When I noticed her gaze, I decided to open Nei-san's first. When Cid approached Claire's gift, he got excited inside but tried to hide it. I started to open what was something soft covered with Christmas paper. It seemed to be a little long and felt soft. When I finished completely opening that gift, it was a brown scarf. The scarf had my name engraved with fabric on the back of the neck. The scarf looked pretty good. In fact, I think it would be enough for my mob character. I could even come up with many new ideas. Well, Cid, what do you think of your sister's gift? Asked my father, who looked at me fixedly. That's great, I love it. Thanks, Nei-san. It's nothing. The atmosphere remained warm and cozy. The sound of the fire crackling in the fireplace marked the peaceful rhythm of the evening. Cid, still sitting on the floor looking at his new gift, couldn't help but smile a little. Although his outward demeanor was that of a mob, inside, something was stirring. The scarf was a simple gesture, but the personalized gift showed that Claire had really thought of him. Are you comfortable, Cid-kun? His mother asked, noticing his thoughtful expression as she adjusted the scarf around his neck. Yes, Mom, it's great, Cid replied, shaking his head a little as if ridding himself of any emotional thoughts. The warmth of the scarf gave him a comforting feeling. The softness of the fabric, the embroidery with his name, it was a gift made with love, and although he tried not to show it, his heart knew it. Claire felt pleased when she saw the smile on Cid's face. However, her face turned slightly red. It wasn't something she showed often, but seeing her brother so calm and genuinely grateful made her feel closer to him. Now it's my turn, my mother said with a small smile, noticing that all eyes were turning towards her. She wasn't that good at being the center of attention, but at that moment she endured it because she was special. What will it be, Mom? Cid asked, trying to hide his slight curiosity, as he watched his mother handle the wrapping with a delicacy that only she possessed. His mother, with her usual calm, let the paper fall slowly to the floor, revealing a carefully carved wooden box. Open the box, Mom, Claire said, smiling, evidently intrigued by the package that had not yet been fully revealed. Cid's mother nodded and, with a gentle gesture, opened the box. Inside was a carved wooden figure, a figure representing the Kagenou family in a pose that, though simple, seemed to convey a sense of unity. Cid was silent for a moment, unsure of what to say. The carving was stunning, every detail painstakingly crafted. It was practically a gift that had undoubtedly cost a lot. It's beautiful, Cid's mother said, her voice breaking. It wasn't common to see her so moved. I asked for it specially for this Christmas. I knew you liked us all being together," my father confessed, giving the gift to my mother with some nerves while scratching his head a little. My mom hugged my dad. Both of them showed affection for each other for a moment. Naysan coughed a little on purpose and both of them pulled away embarrassed. I only faked a nervous smile at such an act. Cid stared at the figure for a moment, then turned to his mother, who was still staring at the carving with a serene smile. "It's a perfect gift, Mom." Cid's mother looked at him with a warm, grateful gaze. "Thank you, Cid-kun," she said softly, caressing the figure. The night continued peacefully, with more laughter and soft conversations. The gifts continued to be opened, but this time, Cid wasn't just enjoying the moment as a distant observer. He was experiencing that Christmas, in his own way, without anyone expecting it. In his heart, something was melting away from the cold and distant facade he'd built, and although he wouldn't say it out loud, he knew that, in part, those small gestures of affection were what truly gave it meaning. "Good," said her mother, breaking the silence that had formed. "Now it's your father's turn." Everyone's eyes turned to the last package, his father's. Cid, sensing that the family atmosphere had shifted slightly, settled into his seat, watching intently. His father's package was the last to be opened, and despite the familiarity of the situation, Cid couldn't help but feel a strange sense of anticipation. It was the typical gift that had always been shrouded in mystery, as if his father, with his calm and sometimes playful nature, wanted to surprise them all. "This is a very special gift," said his father, looking around at everyone with a wide smile, almost as if he was about to make a big revelation. "How presumptuous! How presumptuous! Open the gift now, darling!" My mom looked at my dad, who nervously agreed to her request. The box was wrapped in simple paper, without excessive decorations, which gave it a more modest appearance than the other gifts. "What is it, Dad?" Claire asked, raising an eyebrow as she looked at the package with the same interest as Cid. Upon opening the box, he found a wristwatch, one of those that not only told the time, but also symbolized the moments shared over the years. It was a classic watch, with a reddish dial and gold details, simple yet elegant. Cid's mother had chosen it carefully. That watch represented years of shared stories, sacrifices, and precious moments. "This one's for you," she said, looking at her husband with a tenderness few could perceive, but which he knew well. "A reminder that, even though time sometimes seems to fly by, we'll always be together, and every moment counts." Cid's father, surprised and moved, looked up, noticing the meaning behind the gift. In that instant, with the watch in his hands and the sincerity in his wife's eyes, he felt a warmth in his chest. "Thank you," he replied, his voice filled with silent gratitude. "That's perfect." He placed it on her wrist, as if that gesture sealed the bond of many years of companionship and love. Cid's mother watched him with a gentle smile, satisfied that she had found a way to express what words couldn't. Although her family wasn't one for grand displays of affection, those small gestures of affection were what truly mattered. And so, the night continued with laughter, chatter, and small moments as time passed. Once the gifts were open, everyone had gone to bed due to the time, which was already quite late. I was in my room with the light on. My parents had already gone to bed to sleep. They were probably exhausted from the celebration and the effort they had put into everything. I planned to sleep a little later. After all, I had to analyze the figure that Epsilon had given me to see if I could make corrections to it. Now that I think about it, it reminds me a bit of the anime figures from my old world. What if that concept was also in this world? Well, it doesn't matter. My door started to ring. I hid some things I had in my room and finally approached to open it. Naysan had entered my room. It was quite late. It wasn't something usual for her after all. "Hola, Naysan." "Hi, Cid, haven't you slept yet?" "No, I was planning to just fall asleep. I was tidying up my room, Naysan." "I understand. May I come in?" I finished opening the door and let Naysan pass by my room. When she saw my figure, she couldn't help but ask me about her. "Is that the figure you had when you came home?" "Sip. I see. Did you buy it for someone or was it given to you?" "Well, actually that's..." Naysan started to approach me in a strange way. Assuming her intentions, I made up an excuse that a friend gave it to me as a Christmas present. I couldn't tell Nason that a girl gave me that present. If I did, she would probably get mad at me for spending time with someone else on Christmas. I understand, but if you have something to hide from me, you can. No, it's not the truth, Nason. I wouldn't lie to you. Very well if I find out otherwise. Why, yes, I understand. Some moments passed. I was a little uncomfortable by Nason's presence. After all, it was already quite late. And she hadn't gone to sleep, but above all, we didn't have a very continuous conversation as we normally used to have. Did you enjoy Christmas? Nason asked me. Yes, it was amazing. Which gifts did you like the most? Yeah, I would say all of them, but definitely yours, Nason. Oh, Cid. Nason hugged me again in response to my argument. I loved your gift too. Ah, really? Yes. It was the best gift I could have ever received. Your gifts are always the best. I truly appreciate your intention. Thank you, Nason. I'm really glad to know. But, and? Something has me very intrigued, Cid. What thing, Nason? When you came home, it looked like you were coming home with a girl. Did you go out with a girl? Yeah? Of course not, Nason. Nason grabbed my neck with both arms. She threw me onto the bed and continued to suffocate me. Don't lie, your smell gives you away. My what? What the hell does smell have to do with it? Wait, what? And no, Nason, I can't. Ouch. I spent my time worrying about you because I wasn't going to be able to be with you this morning because I was busy, but you were having fun with someone else, weren't you? And no, I. Confess now. Saliva started to come out of my throat. I tried to say something, but it was useless. I waited for my sister to be able to at least make her grip lighter so I could pronounce some words. The excuses were no good. I could only calm her down a bit. I had to tell her something she likes. I hate doing this. And Nason is the only one. I tried to speak, but the struggle was too heavy. But I managed to get the last words out by a miracle. Girl in my heart. The moment I said those words, Nason let me go and I started spitting saliva into the small trash can that was near my room. You didn't have to say it that way. Yeah. I continued vomiting in the basket. Hey, I knew it. After all, Cid would never do something like that. Claire approached Cid, who once looked up and finished drying his saliva. Cid, are you okay? I'm sorry, I think. You nay, just that. I accidentally stepped on a bucket that was lying in my room and fell hard on Nason. I began to open my eyes slowly. As I did so, the scene hit my head and mind. Something sudden happened. Their lips accidentally collided. Claire's look was one of total surprise and shock. Noticing that kiss, Cid quickly changed his look to one of complete surprise. Deep down he was in total shock. Something that had happened for the first time. Cid separated himself forcefully from Claire and ran out of the room without being able to contain what had happened at that moment. As he headed to the bathroom, his mind was completely stunned. Meanwhile, with Claire, she was just completely motionless. A few moments passed until she simply touched her lips. An unexpected blush appeared on her cheeks, and she just lay on the floor unable to move. Is he? Some time passed and Cid returned from the bathroom with an exhausted look. He simply wanted to undo the memory he had a few moments ago. Walking, he arrived at his room. To his surprise, his sister was no longer in the room, but this was a relief for him. After all, the last thing he wanted to do now was think about it. Cid lay down on the bed. A few minutes passed, but he couldn't sleep due to the sudden moment. Suddenly the door of his room began to ring again, but he did not want to get up to open it. However, the door was opened anyway. It was Santa Claus, who had all his collections that he had put together as an eminence. Seeing the scene, Cid got up. What the hell? Santa Claus? You've been a very bad boy, Cid Kagenou. Rot and give me back my stuff. I won't do it. Ho 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 ho, Merry Christmas, little idiot. Santa Claus, who entered Cid's room, destroyed the roof and flew away in his sleigh with all of Cid's belongings. When he saw Santa Claus do such an action, he used his slime to cover his body. His shadow suit returned with him, and he flew with wings materialized from slime, trying to reach Santa Claus, who was escaping in his sleigh. Wait, come back here with my belongings! Ho 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 ho, Merry Christmas! Tisk. Shadow tried to fly as fast as he could against Santa Claus, but for some strange reason the distance between him and Santa Claus seemed to get further and further away. Shadow began to form an aura of magical power on his right arm, which he threw at Santa as a projectile, however at the moment of impact on him. Cid's things replaced Santa Claus, who disappeared, and they began to disappear immediately. No! Shadow-sama? Shadow-sama? Epsilon and Beta began to talk, breaking into Shadow's dream, who was screaming. Even Alpha and the others were surprised by the scandal upon hearing everything. Shadow began to see blurry, and at the moment he began to wake up, a headache invaded him. The only thing he could see were two worried elves who were talking to him. Upon hearing his name he could intuit from both recognizable voices. Shadow-sama, are you okay? Shadow-sama, something. What happened? You finally woke up. I think you drank too much. Alpha sighed. Who approached Shadow and gave him water. Shadow took the glass and drank some water. What? This is why I said it was a bad idea. Good thing you didn't act like those two, otherwise I would have charged you for the damages. Alpha sighed, annoyed. I used magic to heal my headache. At the same time, I started to regain my senses. Did I really fall that fast? I swore I drank very little. Did something go wrong? Was the alcohol too strong? I thought I could hold out longer without detox magic. Why did you scream, Basu? Delta approached Shadow with a confused look. Shadow covered his face, annoyed. He had been through the biggest embarrassment of his life, and all because he wanted to show off, thinking he could handle the alcohol without the detoxifying magic in his body. The scream he had let out was a clear example of this. He began to get up. The detoxifying magic took effect and managed to return him to his normal state. As Shadow-sama? Where are you going? Without answering the girl's questions, Shadow continued walking until he reached the exit of the base. Landa, who was present, made a formal greeting in a show of respect to his master. The other numbers who were training, when they saw him, stopped because of the enormous magic presence. When they noticed that it was their lord, they all froze. But the silence did not last long, since Shadow flew away and left the Alexandria base. The other shadows who watched him leave only sighed in sadness, except for Alpha, who only gave a slight smile. I guess you had that side too. Thanks for spending Christmas with us. Shadow. Your Basu is gone. I guess he's tired or has homework to do, Zeta said. Yeah, but he was so cute sleeping. Beta pouted, annoyed. I guess it was too much to ask for all this, and yet he did it for us. Shadow-sama is as cool as ever after all. Epsilon gave a grateful smile at Shadow's attitude towards them. Previously, before the dream of Shadow. After Cid's parents had gone to sleep, he went out the window while the slime covered his body. He had left a fake clone of himself to cover his bed so that no one would suspect. Shadow channeled magic and began to fly with the help of his slime wings. He only limited himself to observing the landscape. The snow and the lights on while smoke came out of the chimneys. It was something to behold. As I flew through the facilities, I felt a magical presence. Without needing to turn around to try to look more in character, I tried to deduce who was behind me, even though I didn't know. What are you doing here, Beta? As expected, he already knew I was here before. Shadow-sama is great. As Shadow-sama, I have a request to make of you. Petition? Alpha-sama told me there will be a Christmas dinner between the 7 shadows, so I wanted to know if you... A Christmas dinner? Why at this hour, when Christmas is supposed to be over? There will be food and gifts. We wanted to know if you... I accept. Huh? Beta was surprised by Shadow's immediate response. Normally, he took more time to reflect or made some cryptic comment before agreeing to something, but this time his answer was direct and clear. No need to explain it twice. A Christmas dinner with my subordinates sounds like an excellent opportunity to evaluate their progress in informal situations, Shadow said, with a smile barely visible but full of confidence while crossing his arms. Obviously, this was an excuse on Shadow's part to be able to eat for free. Beta, although nervous, felt a shiver of excitement run through her body. This was more than she had expected. Shadow had not only accepted, but seemed genuinely interested. Thank you, Shadow-sama. I'll inform the others immediately, she replied, bowing deeply, while trying to contain the excitement in her voice. Shadow reached out a hand to stop her before she left. Beta, one more thing. Why yes, Shadow-sama? Where and when will this dinner be? He asked, in a firm tone, although secretly, he thought that a meeting like this would be a perfect opportunity to analyze his subordinates in a relaxed atmosphere. Besides, he couldn't deny that he was somewhat curious about what they had prepared since those events where the girls had previously invited him. It will be at Mitsugoshi's underground base, Shadow-sama. Alpha-sama decided it would be a suitable place to celebrate without interruptions. Dinner is scheduled for 2 hours from now. 2 hours. Enough time to prepare and watch from the shadows before officially introducing yourself. I understand, I'll go. You can leave now. Beta nodded quickly, bowing again before disappearing into the darkness, leaving Shadow alone with his thoughts and the snowy landscape before him. For a moment, he gazed at the illuminated city, the snow falling gently on the roofs of the houses, and felt an unusual peace in the air. Then, without hesitation, he changed direction and began heading for the indicated place. As Shadow flew towards Mitsugoshi's underground base, his mind wandered over the idea of a Christmas dinner. For someone like him, who had always cultivated the image of a shadowy leader, participating in a festive event alongside his subordinates seemed like a strange but intriguing experience. Once he arrived at the place, he descended with his usual elegance, landing softly at the hidden entrance of the base. The entrance was decorated with warm lights and Christmas ornaments, a combination of simplicity and sophistication that reflected the meticulousness of the 7 shadows. I see you've made an effort, he muttered to himself as he walked inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by Alpha, who was waiting for him at the main entrance. She was wearing an elegant red dress, with subtle details that added a festive touch to her usual serious demeanor. Shadow, it's an honor that you've decided to join our celebration, Alpha said, bowing slightly while maintaining a calm expression, though her eyes shone with a mixture of respect and joy. A meeting between my most loyal subordinates is not something to be ignored, Shadow replied, his voice firm and calm. His eyes scanned the room, taking note of every detail. The tables were set with exquisite dishes, lit candles, and in the background stood a large, carefully decorated Christmas tree. The others are waiting for you in the main dining room, Alpha informed, gesturing for her to accompany him. They continued walking until they reached the dining room, where the rest of the shadows were already gathered. Each of them had opted for outfits similar to the one Alpha had with her but of different sizes and a slightly different design, also red and white as it was representative of Christmas. Delta, wearing a short, casual dress, was fighting the temptation to dive into the food. Zeta was observing the place with her usual feline calm. Epsilon, of course, was wearing a striking dress that highlighted her figure with an air of exaggerated elegance. Shadow-sama, they all said in unison, bowing deeply as they saw him enter. Shadow began to advance, maintaining his imposing posture as he approached the center of the room. Let's begin, he said with authority, though in his mind he was thinking, this could be interesting, though he had no idea what was coming at all. Dinner began, and although everyone tried to maintain an air of formality, little by little the atmosphere became more relaxed. Delta soon devoured her plate with enthusiasm, provoking a small reprimand from Alpha, while Beta tried to maintain a sophisticated conversation with Shadow. However, Shadow barely responded, more focused on observing the dishes and their prices. Zeta, who had remained silent for most of the evening, finally spoke. Master, we have prepared something special for you. Oh, Shadow said, narrowing his eyes in interest. In the background, a small box decorated with a ribbon was brought to the table. Epsilon placed it in front of him with a confident smile. This is our gift to you, Shadow-sama. It is a humble gesture of our devotion. Shadow calmly took the box, untying the ribbon and opening it. Inside, he found a pendant of an unknown material carved in the shape of a sword surrounded by a circle, the emblem of Shadow Garden. It's a reminder of your leadership, Shadow-sama, Gamma said, his tone respectful yet gentle. Shadow held the pendant in his hand, observing it closely as a slight smile formed on his face. "You've done a good job," he said in a voice that, though calm, carried genuine approval on his part. It was a gift he hadn't expected, but deep down he admitted his appreciation. "Try it, bossu!" Delta, who began to wag her tail with excitement, with a sparkle in her eyes, she looked at Shadow. The others were also excited to see Shadow try on the pendant that they had all made, after so many fights and indecisions about whether to give it or not. In the end, they decided that they would give something to Shadow thanks to Epsilon, who convinced the others to do it. After a long dispute between all of them and competing about what to give, in the end they all opted for a gift that represented them all in general. Shadow placed the pendant around his neck. The pendant turned out to fit without any problem. The 7 shadows were excited to notice that the gift was perfect. "You look good, Shadow-sama," expressed Epsilon with a smile, along with Beta, who also made the same comment. "It looks great on you, bossa desu." Delta smiled too. She approached Shadow and looked at the pendant for a few moments. At that answer, Shadow moved away a little, guessing what was happening. Delta was planning to mark him against something that Shadow didn't usually like very much, since he had to bathe after the marks that Zeta and Delta made him due to problems at home if his sister or at school found out about the smell of a woman. Besides, he didn't like to give off that aroma. "Don't mark me." "Hey, why not, boss? Isn't it obvious, silly wolf? The master doesn't want your scent to disturb him." "What did you say?" "Enough, both of you. This is a special celebration. You can't fight, especially at a time like this." Alpha frowned and both calmed down after that warning. The tension in the environment quickly dissipated after Alpha's intervention. As expected, she is feared when she is angry. Zeta and Delta understood. "That's good." Dinner continued, this time with a more relaxed atmosphere. Delta, although grumbling a little, limited herself to eating, while Zeta did the same, but more calmly, since the only thing that mattered to her now was the fact that her master was with them and was celebrating with them all. "Shadow-sama, do you like the gift?" Gamma asked curiously, breaking the silence as she poured a glass of wine. I touched the pendant she was wearing for a few moments. I certainly liked the design. It wasn't bad and it matched me well. It even gave me future ideas for when I need some small changes to my outfit. It certainly wasn't the typical cliché gift they would give you, like a bracelet or something expensive. Although I would have really liked the latter too. But this was fine too. "It is more than enough to remind me of the purpose of our actions, a symbol that shows how far we have come," he replied, with a solemn tone that left all the shadows momentarily silent, impressed by his words. Actually, I just said the first thing that came to mind, and what I remember was a guy I saw on the Heroes show where he has an organization. Sometimes I appreciate my little side that watched a lot of series, otherwise my improvisations as an Eminence would be more difficult. Time began to pass and no one spoke in the group for a few moments. Everyone was taking mental note of those wise words from their teacher, as they always used to do when he said something very important. "Are you quiet? Am I exaggerating the dialogue? Wait, did I use the accent correctly? Should I improvise something?" After a moment, Epsilon took the initiative to break the silence. "Shadow-sama, we've also prepared a small show for this occasion. We hope you like it." "A show?" Shadow asked, raising an eyebrow in mild curiosity. "That's right. Delta insisted it would be fun, but we all contribute," Beta replied, casting a meaningful glance at Delta, who was smiling enthusiastically. Suddenly, the dining room lights dimmed, and a makeshift stage appeared in a corner of the room. Delta stepped forward, clearly excited, while the rest of the shadows took strategic positions for what appeared to be a choreography. Shadow watched with interest what they had in mind. The show began with a brief theatrical introduction led by Zeta and Gamma, who narrated an epic Christmas story set in the Shadow world. The performance, although serious at first, quickly turned into something comical when Delta began to improvise lines and movements that were not in the script, causing some stifled laughter among the other shadows. Alpha only covered her face in embarrassment. Doing this in itself was already embarrassing, and this was even more so. Zeta only let out a groan of annoyance thinking about how clumsy her partner was. Ada simply sighed with boredom and tiredness. "That silly wolf knew she was going to ruin it. said Zeta, looking sideways. How is it possible that I agreed to do this from the beginning? Alpha let out a sigh, beginning to regret accepting the proposal that Delta made only for not rejecting it since it was a special date. In a certain way, she never imagined that it would be something embarrassing like dancing. I want to sleep until when can I go? She exclaimed with boredom. And then the great chief saved Christmas with his unsurpassed power! Delta shouted, pointing dramatically at Shadow, who was sitting watching the choreography. Shadow, maintaining his composure, couldn't help but let out a slight smile. He lowered his gaze a little so that the other shadows couldn't see his expression. In a certain way, this was so unexpected and something he never intended the girls to do that it had taken him by surprise. What a great performance, girls! What a great performance! This really reminds me of that dance I saw in a funny video I found on the internet in my past life, ha! The other shadows looked at Delta with expressions that mixed disbelief and resignation, but they continued with the performance. Beta and Epsilon, without giving up, also tried to show off. When the show ended, the shadows returned to the table, laughing among themselves at the most chaotic moments of the presentation. Alpha, who was not entirely happy with the idea, only sighed and gave a slight smile. After all, it did not matter if it went wrong or not, but that everyone had fun. The atmosphere was contagious. ETA only gave a big yawn. Zeta, who was forced by Alpha to participate in the dance, was totally silent, being next to ETA because she did not want the others or her master to see her like that. It was unexpected, Shadow said finally, looking at the 7 shadows who were still somewhat saddened by what happened. But I guess that was kind of fun. I had to say it, but I couldn't exaggerate to maintain my position. Everything was sudden. His performance was 3 points. Coo. Not even I would do an improvised dance. The shadows smiled broadly, proud of having pleased their master. Dinner continued with more relaxed conversations, occasional laughter, and a sense of peace they rarely experienced in their constant struggle against the order of devils. At the end of the night, the nuns and maids collected the decorations and the dinner in general. Shadow remained a moment longer in the dining room, looking at the pendant she was still wearing. Coo, I'm definitely going to remember this. Thanks, girls. Now I have more ideas about what kind of acting to do. Shadow's thoughts were interrupted by a small argument that was taking place. But I want to try some dessert. You can't, this is too strong. For some reason we didn't include it in the Delta San event. Beta held a glass of liquor which Delta tried to reach out of curiosity, since in itself all had drunk drinks, but they were drinks with no alcohol, or a small percentage. The only bottle that remained was made by ETA in company with Ganma, and it was still a prototype which was thought to be launched because they weren't sure about what percentage of liquor and mixes it contained, being a strong drink. It had to receive adjustments. When I watched for a few moments what was happening, I realized something. Did they have another bottle? And it looked like wine or liquor? What's the problem here? Alpha approached both of them. Delta San wants to drink the liquor that is still in process. I tell him that in the end this could not be drunk, but he keeps insisting on drinking it. Beta expressed with a drop of sweat, exhausted after trying multiple times, that Delta would not reach him. You can't hold your liquor well. But Alpha-sama, Delta said, but was silenced by Alpha, who totally denied her word. Okay. I approached the girls with the goal of looking at the liquor that was apparently causing so many problems. What's that? It's liquor, a new brand of product we're making. I thought we could have it ready for Christmas, but we haven't measured the alcohol level well yet, and it might not turn out well. I was planning on giving it to you instead of the high-quality wine, but I didn't because of the risk involved. Alpha expressed, a little upset. So now liquor has come into this world, huh? Interesting, although I personally never liked alcoholic beverages because of their bitter taste and the effects they entailed. Nowadays, I should be able to tolerate it, but I don't like the taste. However, based on the way Alpha expresses it, does he think I couldn't handle a drink like that? Is the Eminence in the shadows not going to be able to handle a bottle? Do you think I couldn't resist her? I mentioned with a tone a little louder than normal. No, but I don't think it's a good idea for you to drink too much alcohol yet. Do you really think I'm so weak that a bottle will defeat me? No, but... Give me the beta bottle. Huh? But Shadow-sama eta-sen said the alcohol level was so high that the meter exploded. Shadow looked at Beta for a few moments and only ended up agreeing with fear. The bottle was given to Shadow. Delta looked at Shadow with some sparkles. Was he going to be the first to try the bottle? What flavor did it have? If it was something she would not bear without hesitation, her master could bear it. A bottle of liquor, and I never drank liquor before in my past life. It only happened once when I was overcome by curiosity at a party I had. I limited myself to only drinking 1 glass of beer, but the taste was very unpleasant, and I preferred to never drink it again. But my pride as an eminence is at stake. I cannot let a sour and bitter taste defeat me. The eminence in the shadows can do everything, and therefore no food or drink will stop him. Are you really going to do it? Alpha expressed with some concern for Shadow. It's a special date. It only happens once a year, and 1 bottle won't beat me. Hiya, Shadow-sama is great. I'm sure not even the strongest liquor in the world can beat him. Beta expressed happily while Epsilon looked with some drops of sweat at what his master was going to do. Zeta only approached with curiosity to see up close what was going to happen, but he had absolute faith in his master. How conceited he is, he can't handle alcohol well. This is going to be a very bad idea. Alpha expressed among his thoughts, dissatisfied with what Shadow was going to do. All 7 shadows proposed to a last toast with some high-quality wine. All raised their glasses while Shadow now began the celebration. The color of the girl's wine was cherry red, while Shadow's was gray, certainly a strange color, but in liquor it was not something so surprising. But for this world it was. But normally this was due to the chemical compounds from which it was developed that generated that gray color. Everyone started drinking their drinks. The women who were waiting only had drops of sweat because the night continued. Maybe the girls had already gone a little too far, but they were obviously not going to interrupt them. Normally, detox magic should be able to help me avoid any poison or substance from affecting me, but if I can just drink a little without needing magic, I'll have proven that not even the strongest liquor could affect me. Shadow prepared to take the liquor in a glass. With some nerves and his hand shaking a little, Shadow analyzed that wine. The smell is too strong. It almost seems like as soon as I take a sniff I'm going to end up choking. The 7 shadows stared expectantly at what he would do. Without thinking twice, he drank the entire glass of liquor in one go. This flavor is oh no. Trying to hold back the urge to vomit, Shadow tried to keep his expression neutral, but immediately a large amount of sweat began to run down his body. How disgusting! What the buck? I didn't remember alcohol tasting so bad. It tastes bad. It tastes bad. I want to spit it out, damn it. No, I can't spit it out. If I spit it out, then I'll have lost, and I can't lose. Shadow-sama? Beta asked with a little caution when he noticed that Shadow didn't speak after the sip. Are you okay? Epsilon asked with the same concern as his partner. Hunchback? Maestro? I'm sleepy. Well? How was it? As soon as I open my mouth I'm going to spit it all out. Shit, I can't even talk. What kind of drink did they give me? This feels more like poison than alcohol. Shadow made a sign trying to improvise by raising his thumb. After seeing Shadow's reaction, everyone celebrated. I knew it, Shadow-sama is the best. The boss could definitely do it. Shadow-sama happiness. Without warning, Shadow fell to the ground. The 7 shadows immediately panicked as they saw Shadow, their absolute leader, collapse on the ground. Shadow-sama! Beta shouted, running towards him with worried eyes. Bossu! What's wrong with you? Speak! Delta threw herself on the ground next to him, shaking him a little to try to wake him up, but there was no response. Beta stopped her, trying to keep her from moving him too much. This isn't normal. Could it be a reaction to the liquor? Alpha muttered, bending down to inspect it. That shouldn't be possible. Although the liquor was strong, it wasn't lethal. Ada adjusted her glasses, trying to quickly think of a logical explanation for her drinking experiment. Maybe his body isn't used to alcohol. After all, he's never had it before, right? Gamma tried to calm herself as she analyzed the situation. Meanwhile, Shadow lay on the ground, seemingly unconscious. However, in his mind, a fierce battle was raging. What a humiliation! I cannot allow this foul liquid to defeat me. The Eminence in the shadows will not be defeated by something as trivial as alcohol, but damn it, this is worse than any torture I've ever experienced. I must maintain my dignity. Trying to move, Shadow tried with his willpower to move, but his body did not respond. On the contrary, he began to feel better. That was not a good sign. Clearly trying to wake up, Shadow had finally succumbed and fell asleep. Master, Zeta whispered calmly, gently touching Shadow's shoulder. Without warning, Shadow's eyes shot open, causing everyone present to flinch slightly. He slowly stood up from the floor, swaying slightly but with his gaze fixed and determined. Shadow-sama? Are you okay? Epsilon asked in a tone full of relief and confusion. Shadow raised a hand, stopping them before they could get any closer. He smoothed his cloak elegantly, and exclaimed in his usual enigmatic tone. This was nothing more than a small challenge. Now I know this liquor is worthy of the Eminence in the shadows. The 7 shadows looked at him with a mixture of astonishment and doubt. Is he faking it? I'm sure he could barely stand a few seconds ago, Alpha thought, crossing her arms as she watched him. I knew the boss would never give up, Delta shouted excitedly, forgetting any worries. Shadow-sama, perhaps we should adjust the alcohol level before doing another test, Beta suggested gently, glancing at the bottle. That won't be necessary. Shadow raised the bottle with a grim smile. This drink has potential. We'll perfect it, and it will be the most legendary of all. Without apparent control, Shadow began to drink from the bottle again. The 7 shadows panicked again as they saw Shadow bring the bottle directly to his lips. Shadow-sama, don't do it! Beta shouted as he reached out, but it was too late. Shadow took a long drink straight from the bottle, his eyes flashing for a moment as if he were facing an even more intense internal battle than before. Delta looked at him with total admiration, her eyes shining with excitement as she muttered to herself. The boss is amazing! Even the strongest liquor in the world can't beat him, Disa. Alpha sighed deeply as he brought his hand to his forehead. This isn't going to end well. Shadow finally placed the bottle on the table with a thud and looked up at his subordinates. His expression was serene, but a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. This liquor, it is worthy of being called the elixir of darkness. A concoction that defies even death itself, he said in a dramatic tone. Shadow-sama, you really are the best, Gamma exclaimed, although deep down he knew things weren't going to end well. Master, are you sure you don't need to rest? Zeta asked with a slightly more worried tone. Rest is for the weak. Shadow stumbled slightly, but managed to remain standing with a dignity only he could project. This body is forged in shadows. No liquor can break it. Just then, Shadow slowly leaned forward and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Everyone present fell into absolute silence. I think he broke it, Ada murmured, breaking the tension as she looked at Shadow's motionless body. Shadow-sama! Beta knelt down beside him, shaking him gently. However, Shadow was already completely out of the fight, muttering unintelligible words as his thoughts faded into darkness. A faint smile remained on his face, as if even in his unconsciousness he was satisfied with having met the challenge. Alpha-sama, what do we do now? Gamma asked with a mixture of concern and resignation. First, let's get Shadow-sama to his room before the numeros see him in this state, Alpha replied calmly, though inside she was furious with him for being so reckless. And then Eta! Adjust the formula for that liquor immediately. This can't happen again. They followed Alpha's orders, carefully lifting Shadow and carrying him to his room. Meanwhile, Delta looked at the bottle longingly. Maybe just a little sip, Disu. Don't even think about it, Beta shouted as he held the bottle tightly. The night ended with Shadow fast asleep on his throne, the shadows murmuring about perfecting their new drink, and Beta keeping a close watch on Delta to prevent another incident. Although the Christmas celebration had come to an unexpected end, everyone knew that, deep down, Shadow would be pleased with the chaos he had caused.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.